Welcome everyone. We're going to be starting shortly. StormCat5 here. Can everyone hear me? Mic check 1, 2. You guys hear me in the chat? I'm going to adjust my Just my graphic real quick. Surprise guest just popped in. Welcome everyone. We're going to be starting shortly here. Can everyone hear me in the chat? Can everyone hear me? Dr. Hoggood, I'm bringing you in too. We'll start in just 1 second here. I'm updating my graphic. Got Dr. Hoggood, guys. Just got to update my, slightly update my thumbnail, and we got Dr. Hoggood. Pretty huge. All right, Dr. Hobgood, I'll bring you in. I'll do my quick intro, then I'll bring you in after that. Everyone can hear me, by the way. All right, guys, just changing the thumbnail, and then we'll get started here. Change that. Change. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Glasses are on. It's time to do this. Just confirm with someone that they're on. We should have fixed the echo today too, guys, so we should be able to get our warnings today with no echo, which is great news. Okay, doing my last checks here. Making sure everything is a go, people. We are cooking with gas. We are almost ready to rock and roll here. Do this. We're ready to go. Back to back to back. That's 3 in a row, guys. 3 streams, 3 days, 3 streams. We got Tropical Storm Debby coming at you hot. Let's get this show on the road. Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as StormCat5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now. And that's right, guys. The outbreak starts now. Guys, we got Dr. Hobgood backstage. Dr. Hobgood, I'm going to bring you in just a second. First of all, guys, I want to thank every single one of you for joining our stream today. We have got quite an eventful stream. We got severe thunderstorm warnings. We got tornado warnings up in Minnesota. We've got weather all over the place. We have, the most importantly, we've got what is now Tropical Storm Debby is dumping significant amounts of rainfall across Georgia and South Carolina as we speak. But before we get into this, guys, a very important event is today. This is my grandma's, I think it's like her 50th, no, it's her 86th birthday. So guys, let's give a lot of love to my grandma, Nana, I call her. So give a lot of love to Nana in the chat. And this was actually a forecast that I made for Nana a couple of years ago. So check this out. Hi, I'm meteorologist Brady Harris. Nana, happy birthday. This is a personal weather forecast. It's hey. Chris Bradley. Hey.
He's taller than me.
Yep, exactly. Nana. Okay, look, this is what's going to be like tomorrow, Nana. 82 degrees, mostly sunny. Your birthday is going to be looking nice. Chris, take it from here with the hour-by-hour forecast for Wednesday.
Got the microphone.
All right,
here.
So this is a weather forecast I made for my grandma a long time ago.
Sure. Nana, she's 70.
She's something
60.
mid-70s.
She's 60 and looking great.
60 and looking great.
There you go. It's going to be 82 in case you are, but a super day. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Nana. All right. So, guys, that was actually a weather forecast that I did way back in the day for my grandma, who is in the chat right now. So, Nana, happy birthday. Happy 86th birthday. They just had a lovely dinner from Carrabba's tonight to celebrate. So, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. And, Nana, happy birthday. This was the forecast I did back in my college days, back when we had Dr. Hobgood's classes. And without further ado, guys, I do want to bring in Dr. Hobgood right now. Dr. Hobgood, let's go ahead and bring you into the stage here. So, Dr. Hobgood, how are you doing today? And what has been, what's been your thoughts on Debby so far?
Well, thanks for having me back, Brady. It's a pleasure to be here again. Debby sort of evolved about the way we expected last night. And it moved north, made landfall near Steinhatchee this morning. And, it turned east and it's just been moving really slowly all day and dumping really heavy amounts of rain.
Yeah. It really has, and I don't know, Dr. Hobgood, if it's possible, move your camera slightly to the right, but for whatever reason, my graphics are a little bit off there, left. There you go. There we go. Oh yeah, he's a pro, baby. You guys see that little camera adjustment on the fly? And guys, if you didn't watch last night, this is actually a professor of mine that I had back at Ohio State, this hurricane expert, Dr. Jay Hobgood. We had him on last night, and he's within, I emailed it, 40 minutes ago. He is on short notice decided to come back to the stream. So awesome to have you here, Dr. Hobgood. Guys, I want to give you the latest information on her Tropical Storm Debby. This is no longer a hurricane. It like Dr. Hobgood said, it made landfall. Actually, what time did it make landfall this morning? I missed that, the exact time.
It looked right around close to 8 a.m.
Okay.
Which is about sort of what we thought last night.
It was. And I'm going to be honest, that is actually, I thought it was going to make an early landfall. So just because of the way it was trending. So this thing clearly took its time and has just slowed to a crawl. if we look at how far this thing has moved all day, which we're going to do in just a second, it has absolutely just crawled its way across Florida. It still is in Florida, guys. The center of this thing is just crossing the Florida-Georgia state line right now. And that's insane to think about. If we're almost 12 hours since landfall, and this thing is not even crossed into Georgia yet. 12 hours after it made landfall, and there was only like 20 or 30 miles to go for this thing to cross the state line. So it is absolutely crawling right now and dumping some very heavy rain in portions of Georgia, and it has dumped heavy rain at 10 plus, a foot plus. In some spots in northern Florida, where flooding is a huge concern we've entered the second phase of Debby now. The winds have decreased, and the storm surge has already happened in portions of Florida. And I'd actually be curious to see if that 6 to 10 feet is verified. I know we probably don't have many sensors in that part of the country, but we're now entering phase 2. Phase 2 is where we're flooding. The flooding rainfall with some storm surge is going to be the main threats now for Georgia and South Carolina. So we talked about this might even be the most impactful part of this particular storm. And let's just take a look at the latest estimates by the Hurricane Center as well. And they're going to put out an advisory in about 45 minutes. So we'll take a look at that when it comes out. But they still have this bullseye, guys. This bullseye of 16. And I'll move the scale over a little bit for you. The dark red is 16 to 20. The purple right in there, that little kind of specks just to the east of Charleston, that's 20 to 30. Guys, that is almost 2 feet of rain. That is a significant amount of rain, because not only storm surge 6 to 10 feet, that's mostly along the coast. This rain falls everywhere, right? So well inland, you're going to get almost 2 feet of rain, which is enough for some very significant flooding as a result of Tropical Storm Debby. Guys, we got everyone in the chat right now. We got Carly checking in. We got Vari checking in. We got Tamster. We got Kat. We got Darla. We got Jim checking in. We got Penguins 3. We got Cat Chases. And we got a ton of people in the chat right now. So thank you guys for joining. I see your guys' comments, and we got a lot of people that are chiming in that are saying, welcome back, Dr. Hobgood. We got a lot of comments last night from the chat and everywhere, and some emails as well. It said Dr. Hobgood is a star. So thank you, Dr. Hobgood, for joining us last night. Thank you for joining us tonight. And guys, we just hit 4,700 subscribers. So huge shout out to you guys for everyone that subbed. We just crossed that 700 mark, on our way to 800 here, 4,800. So another milestone hit here at the Stormfront Freaks. And just keep it coming, guys. You guys are all awesome. So thank you for subscribing to the channel. We'll try to keep providing you good content here. We also have a pretty significant flood risk right now for Georgia and South Carolina. Charleston, Savannah, you're in this. And I don't know, Dr. Hobgood, if you were watching this morning, but were you watching when that's like, I guess when it made landfall, and then as it just crept its way inland, those rain bands just sat over Live Oaks and other places in Florida over the same area for just hours.
Yeah, that's one of the real problems with these slow-moving tropical systems. And the other thing is, Debby seemed almost to get more organized as it moved inland.
Yeah.
The pressure at landfall was like 979 millibars. And I think when we left the air last night, it was 985. So it actually strengthened a little bit before. And you could almost see the eye, and you can see it sort of coming up now, getting better defined on the radar as the day went
insane.
on.
That's so insane. I mean, and oh my, it's just, I didn't interrupt you. Keep going, but that was just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of rainfall and flood risks, slow-moving tropical systems are the absolute worst.
Yeah, they are. And this is the definition of slow moving, guys. This radar, to give you guys an idea of how far this radar goes back. So this actually goes back to landfall. So this was landfall, guys. This is what we missed this morning. And the landfall, let's see what time it was. This made landfall, just like Dr. Hobgood said, around 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. When it did so this is 7 a.m., right? So we're gonna keep an eye on that and see how far this thing moves in a couple of hours. So right here, this is 10 a.m. or whoops, this is 10 a.m. right here. This thing has moved about 20 miles and almost literally stopped. And if you guys watch that video that I sent out, this was that I took a radar loop, near Live Oak, where Live Oak just kept getting. I mean, they were in the eye wall for hours and hours and hours and hours. And this is noon. This is 1. I mean, just crawling to the east, dropping an insane amount of rainfall. And this is what we're, this is the problem. Imagine the rainfall that we're having here, where this sat over Live Oak and other portions of Florida for hours and hours and hours. Now imagine that for days. That's obviously, it won't be as strong, but that's what this system, that's why we're so concerned about this system, is because it's going to move off the coast and do this. But instead of moving out of, it taking about 12 hours to move off to the east, it's going to take, 2 days, right? Or maybe more. So that's a crazy, this is a crazy radar loop, Dr. Hobgood. And describe to me again, because we talked a little bit about this yesterday.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Can you guys hear that tornado warning?
Tornado
Yes,
warning
perfect.
for northwestern Faribault County in south-central Minnesota, southwestern Blue Earth County in south-central Minnesota.
So that was a new tornado warning, guys, that we just got. So we're going to take a look at that in just a second, because we do hurricane coverage. We also do tornado coverage. And actually, we kind of have a little mini tornado outbreak on our hands up there. But Dr. Hobgood, if you could just describe to us in about why this thing is crawling, why is it not moving? Why is it not getting out of here and moving off the coast and not becoming a problem anymore? Like, what are the upper level factors that can cause something like this to stall out?
Okay, so Debbie's moving around the western side of the subtropical high pressure system we sometimes call the Bermuda High.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's sort of steering it towards the north. And then last night, there was an upper level trough over the eastern U.S. And that was producing southwesterly winds that were helping to push Debbie northward and maybe a little bit east of north. Well, the problem is that upper level trough has now moved east, and it didn't carry Debbie out to sea.
Mm.
So now the winds at the steering level around Debbie are much weaker. There's still a little bit of wind there, pushing it off to the east-northeast, but there's just not enough wind in the middle levels of the atmosphere to push Debbie any faster.
Yeah. And you called it right there. So you've got this, and I was trying to zoom out far enough to see, because I know the Bermuda High is probably a little bit further to the east here, but you've got this, high pressure sitting out here in the
National Weather Service
new
has
tornado
issued
warning.
a
Are you
new
kidding
tornado
me?
warning.
Wow.
Tornado warning
Listen
for
to this one real quick.
east central Blue Earth County in south central Minnesota,
Earth.
southern Waseca County in south central Minnesota.
Looks like we have a little mini tornado outbreak right now in Minnesota. We're going to have to take a look at that. But to Dr. Hobgood's point, right, you've got your high pressure out here that's kind of steering this thing up the coast, but it's really weak. And this, we had a low pressure that was up here that a trough, like he was saying, that was had that cold front that we looked at yesterday, and that would have been this thing's ticket out of here. Unfortunately, that trough decided to move out. The timing wasn't perfect, and now that trough is out here, and the winds aren't, the winds back in the States that would normally carry this thing out just aren't strong enough. So, what do you think, Dr. Hobgood? Would that get an A? Maybe like a B?
That was pretty good. Definitely, you'd get a good grade on
Yours
that.
was better. Yours was better. Your explanation was way better. I was just piggybacking on. But anyway, we do have a flash flood emergency here too. This is a particularly dangerous situation, guys. This is the highest level of flash flood warning you can get. And this is just east of Live Oak. So White Springs, Lake City, Florida. This is all in Florida, guys. We do have an emergency here, which, guys, this is the highest level of, this is like a PDS tornado warning, if not a tornado emergency, right? This is like on that same level where the National Weather Service is basically saying, hey, not only is there significant flooding going on, there's catastrophic flooding going on, right? So they use some really strong words here, and this 8 to 12 inches of rain had fallen, and we're expecting an additional 3 to 5. Guys, that's a foot and a half of rain is going to fall here, and that is over that long, large of an area. That causes some very significant problems. So, dangerous situation here in Florida. We're gonna come right back to that. I just want to check on these tornado warnings. I want to make sure these aren't significant. We do. So, Dr. Hopgood, we're going to be going to tornadoes today. We're really going to test your knowledge here, which, Dr. Hopgood was synoptic meteorology, so he's an expert in basically everything. But so here are these two tornado warnings in guys, zooming out. This is in Minnesota. These are unrelated to Tropical Storm Debby, but we do have two tornado warnings up here for Minnesota. And we've got two pretty strong rotations here, guys. Both of these are radar indicated right now. And I tell you what, these look pretty nasty on velocity here. Looking at the reflectivity here, they don't look as nasty, but you can clearly tell we've got two inflow notches right here. We've got, a little bit of a hook on the backside of each one of these. So these are possibly trying to drop a tornado here. Which I don't know about you, Dr. Hopgood. I did not expect there to be tornadoes today up in Minnesota.
Well, to be honest, I've really been mainly watching Debby. So
me too. I think everyone has, right? So yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I know we were tracking a slight risk of severe storms today. So this includes Minnesota, southern Wisconsin, northeastern Iowa, but the tornado threat was about a 5% risk. So that is actually higher than I thought it was earlier. So I think they might have upped this at the latest update. But there is a 5% risk of tornadoes up here, and there also is a threat of some severe weather in the northeast as well, where we have a slight risk. Once again, though, a 2% tornado risk for this one. So we could get the occasional tornado warning up here in the northeast, but this is a part of the country that has seen way too much severe weather this year. We've had a lot of people tuning in from the New Hampshire area in some of our past streams. So, all right.
Yeah, there was an EF1 tornado that hit Buffalo, New York earlier today.
Yeah, I did see that, and that was the craziest thing because I don't think it was warned, was it?
I don't believe so.
Oh, yikes. Do you see that, guys? This may be a debris signature here, guys, that we have near Pemberton. Pemberton, once again, this is in southern Minnesota. Let's just see if this correlates with our rotation. A little bit. The product might be delayed. We definitely could have a tornado here, guys. This could be noise, but I will say this: the debris signature is a little bit disjointed with where the actual probably strongest area of rotation is. So, but once one of the velocity could be lagging behind a little bit. I've seen that before, so I have to keep an eye on that. Two possible forming tornadoes down here. In Minnesota. So this is a dangerous situation. So please take these seriously. All eyes are on Tropical Storm Debby, but this is, I tell you what, these are like little mini embedded supercells, it seems like. So interestingly enough, I tell you what, Dr. Hopgood, 2024, man, this has been an insane year. Tornadoes, hurricanes, it just doesn't want to let up here. And I don't know. I just feel like if there's been a chance of anything going tornadic, it usually does.
It has been an active year.
Yeah, to say the least, right? And maybe we'll get a little storm in. Never mind. I was gonna say maybe we'll get a little storm in Columbus tonight, but never mind. These are gonna die by the time they get to us. Now I do want to check the Northeast to make sure there's nothing going on there. There's one severe thunderstorm warning at this particular point. We've got some flash flood warnings as well. I think the severe risk here is a little bit lower than it is other places. Oreen says we had a tornado warning in Port Bruce, but no significant damage. And there was actually a confirmed tornado that was in it was in downtown Buffalo, right? I think.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, which I mean, there's a lot of people that believe tornadoes can't hit downtown areas. I think that just proved that in one fell swoop, as there was a confirmed tornado that touched down in downtown Buffalo. So. All right, let's go back here to check. I have a friend that is in let's see. Oh, wow, we got Leroy watching. Oh, good. The good news is, Dr. Hobgood, Leroy does not seem to be gravitating towards you. So I don't think Leroy is being very hostile. We had Dan last night where Leroy did not like Dan for some reason. Tonight, Leroy is Leroy's a hurricane expert tonight, guys. This is Nikki Marie. If you guys are familiar with Nikki, she's got a gecko, I believe. And Leroy is very interested in the cone tonight, guys. So we might have a budding hurricane expert on our hands, Dr. Hobgood. We might have to get him in contact with you here. We got StormCat1 checking in. Beautiful pick there from StormCat1. We got Danny checking in here with StormCat20 or whatever. And then we got Nikki Marie also sending. I did want to send quickly Megan. So this is who I've got right now, and let me exit full screen because you guys can't really see it that good. But Megan McGuire is actually she's one of my friends. She is in Charleston, South Carolina right now. So I want to try to make it bigger without, where did that just go? Sorry guys, I don't know what's going on with my Twitter right now. But this was from Megan. So she had some rain that was falling here, as you can expect this is Bluffton, South Carolina. And this is close to where we're going to expect about, 15 to 20, maybe 20 plus inches of rain. And the center is very far away from them here in Bluffton, South Carolina. So we may have to bring in Megan if things keep going downhill there. But this was the latest picture from Megan there, so we'll have to keep checking in with Megan as well. Thank you to all you guys for everyone sending me pictures of your cats. Let me see pictures of your geckos, everything. If you actually have any weather pictures, go ahead and send them to me as well. It's at StormCat5. I'll feature them on the stream. So this is what we got looking like up here in Georgia and South Carolina. We have got some pretty significant flooding ongoing. We still have tropical storm watches and warnings. We still have storm surge watches and warnings here. We've got storm surge warnings for about, let's see, what is this warning for? This is about 1 to 3 feet, maybe greater than 3 feet here along the coast of, I believe this is South Carolina. This is this warning was near Savannah. So I think we're going to expect a generally 1 to 3 feet, maybe a little bit more up near Charleston, maybe closer to 2 to 4. But that is the general storm surge that we're going to expect with this particular system. I mean, that's still pretty high values, Dr. Hobgood, with just for a weakening tropical storm, which I'm guessing, and I don't know if you have an opinion on this, Dr. Hobgood, but the fact that this system is going to sit over the same areas for such a long period of time, is that going to cause more water to pile up? Or is that, because normally the storm surge comes on shore and then it recedes really quickly as the hurricane moves away. I don't think that's going to happen here. I think the water's just going to sit because the winds are going to continually blowing it onshore, right?
Yeah, you will see the usual tide cycle still in play.
Yeah.
So the water will get pushed towards the shore, and then the winds blowing towards the shore will prevent that water from draining back away. So in places that are susceptible to low-lying flooding, like parts of Charleston, they could have above normal water levels for several days.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Sorry, Dr. Hobgood, I just got rid of the echo, so we should be good. So what you're saying is because these winds are just going to be continually onshore, right, and continually blowing water onshore, that the storm surge that we get, even if it's only a couple of feet, right? And guys, I say only a couple of feet. That's a lot of water, right? I mean, a couple of feet of water. I don't know if you've ever carried around I got a big water jug right here. This is like a half a foot, and it's in a very confined area, right? This is heavy. I mean, this has got some weight to it. Can you imagine like a big tub of 3 feet of water? That's a lot of water. And to have that, and what you're saying, Dr. Hobgood, is these winds, because they're going to continually keep pushing this water on shore, that water's not going to go anywhere. It's going to go inland and then just sit almost, right?
Right. And the real concern would be that if the center of Debby gets out over the water and sits there for a prolonged period of time, there is a chance that Debby could start to spin up a little bit again.
Yeah.
And then you'd have stronger winds, and then you would blow more water towards the shore.
Yeah.
Another problem, too, is, of course, you've got the wave action on top of the storm surge. So, prolonged wave action on the coast, you've got
The National Weather
potential for
Service has
serious
issued a
beach
new
erosion
tornado
in
warning.
places.
Yeah.
Tornado warning
Sorry,
for
Dr. Hobgood,
northwestern
that happens from time to
Faribault
time.
County in south
The
central
warnings
Minnesota.
they're ruthless. The warnings are ruthless. They tend to just they interrupt Phil all the time. So, but like you were saying, I mean, if this thing strengthens, even if it just maintains its strength, it's going to be a disaster. I mean, we saw what happened today, right?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be a good thing. I mean, Charleston can get, some water, some surge, even when you just have abnormally high tides. I mean, you don't even need a storm off the coast. But, if you have several days of this, it creates the potential for more problems.
Yeah. And I'm actually seeing, I mean, guys, remember the wobbles that we looked at yesterday? Tropical storms can still have wobbles. They might be less significant, but they can still, this thing can still wobble, and that will dramatically impact the track of this thing. Right now I'm seeing this almost pushing due east, and then it almost takes a northward turn. So, I don't know, Dr. Hobgood, if you've been watching a lot of miles today. Have they been primarily keeping this over land for a couple of days, or has it been pretty quick to like exit it out, or has there been kind of a mix of both?
There's been a mix of both, and there are still some models that keep it more over land. That looks a little less likely, as you watch the radar. I mean, there have been some models that actually take it a little farther out over the Atlantic Ocean before moving it back to the coast. So, you can get different tracks depending on which model you have. And it looks to me like NHC's forecast cone has shifted a little bit east today.
Which that's not good.
Yeah, that would give it more time out over the water, which would give it the chance to strengthen some, but it would also mean that it would pump more water over land, and you'd end up with heavier rain over the land.
Yeah, which we don't. I mean, if this thing sits over top of the water and just continually, and I haven't seen many models that like re-strengthen this into like a significant hurricane. But that doesn't even matter in this.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Steele County in south central Minnesota, southern Waseca County in south central Minnesota,
Yikes, guys! So that new tornado warning that we have, this is an observed tornado. A tornado is on the ground here in Minnesota. This was that debris ball signature that we looked at. And guys, here's possibly somewhere in here is probably your tornado. Maybe here, up here to the north. Let's take a look at the debris signature here. Man, I don't know. It's kind of noisy right now to be able to exactly tell where this tornado would be, but it could possibly be here. Normally, I would say it's at the edge of the hook, right? But looking at the velocity, you have these really strong winds that are wrapping up in here, so you could have a touchdown here. You could also have maybe another one touching down up here. So what I would do if you're in this warning, Wilton, Waseca, Meridian, Ellendale, you guys are all in this tornado warning. This is an observed tornado warning in southern Minnesota. Guys, this is in southern Minnesota. Further to the south, we still have a radar indicated tornado warning, but we've got 4 active tornado warnings. These are basically, we've got 2 and 2 for each storm. So all 4 of our tornado warnings are up here in Minnesota. None are down in with the hurricane, with the tropical storm. But that could change, guys, and we probably will have tornado warnings throughout the stream tonight here. So that is a problem up here, Dr. Hobgood. I know we've been looking at tornadoes all spring, so I've almost gotten sick of these images. I have not won it because we've seen tornado after tornado after tornado, observed tornado after PDS tornado after observed tornado. It's been a long year, right? It's been a really long year, but
yeah, several states have set records for the most tornadoes in a year, and it's still only August.
I know, and we set one in Ohio, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, which the number I think we're at 66 now, 67?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, we're something like that. I really was trying to chase. I was trying to, because the record is 62, right? I believe.
That was the old record, yeah.
Yeah, that's the old record. I was trying to chase the 63rd and see the 63rd. And I just remember waking up and being so distraught one morning because there was a random hurricane, or there's a random tornado in Cleveland, and that was the record setter. And it was on the ground for like 2 minutes, and it was like 10 a.m. in the morning. So I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to predict that. So, but I really wanted to see that 63rd, but it was not in the cards. But regardless, guys, these are tornado warnings that we're looking at. There's an observed tornado warning up here in Waseca, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on this throughout the night. And this is I don't like this. You've got this jutting out feature, and you've got really strong inflow here. So there's your rotation, and we possibly could. Oh, guys, I think there's your tornado right in there, right near St. Mary's. Or just to the west of St. Mary's. That would be my guess, because you've got this, these winds are bowling out here, so it's causing these winds to significantly turn, and then right where you're having those two meet, that's where you have your tornado. So St. Mary's, you've got a possible tornado coming right at you, and looks like, let's check out the correlation code. Okay, good news is we don't see a huge debris ball at this point, but still, I think we probably still have at least a weak, if not a moderately strong tornado on the ground here. Sarah, where are you at? You said winds are picking up here. Are you near the hurricane, or sorry, tropical? You're gonna have to keep correcting me, Dr. Hobgood. I still have the hurricane verbiage in my brain here. Now, interestingly enough, guys, the outer bands of this, the outer bands of Debby right now are and sometimes that can actually pack some of the biggest punch with some of the heaviest rainfall rates. These are coming on shore dangerously close to Charleston here, and it looks like, let's just check the velocity here and see what we got. Some of these could be rotating, I think, Dr. Hobgood. and they've issued a special marine warning for these storms, basically saying, hey, we're going to have some strong winds. We're also going to have some storms capable of producing some water spouts.
Yeah, with rain bands, you can always get quick snaps.
Looks like we may have lost Dr. Hobgood for just... Oh, wait, there, you're back, Dr. Hobgood. I mean, that could very well be a water spout right there. See that little pocket of rotation? We will have to watch these supercellular storms as they come on shore here. That one's definitely rotating. And guys, these tend to happen in pairs, right? There could be multiple, as these storms train over the same environment, they tend to, multiple. So as these come on shore, we might get a couple of tornado warnings at once. And Beaufort and, oh gosh, Hilton Head Island. And this is actually right where my friend is at in Hilton Head Island. My brother was just in Hilton Head like a couple days ago. And I told him to leave early because you weren't going to be able to get out. But Hilton Head Island right now, where one of my friends is at, and she may eventually join the show if things get really crazy. She might call in, or she might send us some video. I think if you're watching us, Megan, you're starting to get into the thick of these outer bands right now, and some of these are actually rotating right now. So just be careful here as these come on shore. We could start to get some tornado warnings down here near Hilton Head, just to the south of Charleston near Beaufort. Regardless, I think we've got some really heavy rain falling. Let's check how much rain has fallen so far. And wow, this is the first I've looked at this. Look at that, Dr. Hobgood. Almost 7 inches. And it's Monday afternoon. It's Monday evening, right? We've got days more of this. And Savannah, Georgia has almost gotten 7 inches of rain.
Yeah, they've been getting rain steadily most of the afternoon.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's, and just offshore of Hilton Head too, we've got 7 inches as well. So these storms are coming on shore, and as they do, it's just the rainfall is just going to keep piling up, and that is not what you want to see. I do want to quickly pull up some weather models real quick and check. And we got Heath Ice Cream as Heath. Sarah's talking about Heath Ice Cream in the chat. Sarah, you got to watch it, man. You're going to make me hungry. No, Siri. Gosh. And Dr. Hobgood, I don't know if you've had dinner yet tonight, but this chat likes to talk a lot about food. They like to talk a lot about nuggies. This chat likes to talk a lot about and just spamming food emotes. And I see that, and it's just like, man, it's not fair. It's not fair. But if you got to take a food break, do it. But my chat won't allow me to have no food breaks, unfortunately. So I just wanted to quickly look at one of the models here and just check what the total rain is that we're going to get. Of course, Carly's now spamming nuggies, and everyone's now spamming nuggies. That's great. How bad could Aiken, South Carolina get? Brandon, I will go to Aiken and give you a quick update there in just 1 second here. I want to look at the models and just see what we got cooking and what they say. And this, once again, guys, this is one model here. Whoa, that got really big. Oh, this is one model here. This is for South Carolina. And let's just take a look at what this model is saying here. So these are the next several hours here. And actually, let me go to Georgia real quick. That'll be a better state to look at. Here we go. So let's put this in motion here. So this is what this thing is going to do over the next about 10 to 12 hours. It's just going to sit off of the coast, and eventually these rain bands might push to the north, and so we might get a little bit of a break here in Charleston and Savannah. But that's I think the north side of the storm is eventually going to move over top of you guys too, possibly as this thing pushes off the coast. But what we're expecting in terms of rainfall, we're expecting several hours here tonight of continuously heavy rain in Savannah, Charleston, Hilton Head, all of those areas. This is now when your storm is going to happen, right? You've had some rain so far today. I think the worst of the conditions are actually going to arrive tonight into tomorrow morning. We're going to have hours of continuous rain where we've got these tropical storm bands pushing onshore. With it, you're going to have a tornado threat. You're going to have a definitely a flash flooding and a significant flooding threat. Along the coast, you're going to have a small storm surge threat of 1 to 3 feet, maybe a little bit more. And with that, there's going to be some wind too. But I mean, Dr. Hobgood, we're only looking at, Tropical Storm Debby of 50 miles an hour right now, correct?
That's correct. I've been looking, and as far as I've seen so far, the 8 p.m. advisory has not yet come out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, interrupt me when it does, because we're going to have to go right to... I wish I had like a button, like a reveal button that could do that. Guys, I did get the... I think I did get the local on the Meower and the huge donation video button working. So if we have one of those tonight, we'll have to play that, and we can have a little fun with that. But looking at the rainfall that this has, let's actually look at the precipitation total. Wow. So guys, this is one model. This is over the next 12 hours. And I mean, this is having values of the key there at the bottom kind of shows you your values. The purple, that's almost 12 inches of rain. That's basically a foot. So in portions of Carolina right here, right? This area here and this area here, this is your bullseye. That's about 1 foot of rain in 12 hours, right? Guys, that is a significant number. 1 foot of rain in 12 hours. I mean, that's just an insane amount of rain. And that does include portions of South Carolina. I think that's Hilton Head, guys. That's just to the north of Savannah, to the south of Charleston. And that's where these bands are coming on shore right now. So dangerous night ahead for folks there. We're going to have a lot of flooding in this part of the country. And we've been talking about this for days now. And I tell you what, Dr. Hobgood, I think the forecast has remained mainly on track. I haven't, since landfall, or really since we streamed yesterday, not much has changed in terms of the forecast, has it?
That's right. And especially the forecast for the rainfall. I mean, the amounts are pretty similar to what the forecasts were yesterday. I mean, there have been minor adjustments in where the heaviest rain might go, but they've been pretty consistent all along.
Yeah, which is kind of remarkable because the numbers that they were predicting are historic, right? I mean, they are significant, and when a forecast like that stays on track, you don't like to see that, right? Because that just means it's probably going to verify. And even in some of these bands, guys, a new severe thunderstorm warning here. So, but even in the bands here, or in the places that do get these banding features, we could even get more than's predicted, right? So, wherever these bands are starting to set up, and right now they're centered over just to the north of Savannah, Hilton Head Island, and Beaufort. Right now, this band of continuous moisture is just feeding on shore. Where that band does set up, we could, if we get 12 inches in 12 hours tonight, they're going to probably blow the 12 to 16 inch estimate for them out of the water, right? We're going to be talking about 20 to 30 inches of rain by the time this is all said and done. So, dangerous situation here. I would bet, it's hard to see, but I think we've got flash flood warnings up and down the coast here. So basically everywhere along this coastline, we've got flash flood warnings. We don't have any flash flood emergencies here yet, but that could change. And the good news is they actually dropped the flash flood emergency here to the east of Live Oak. So that's no longer in effect. But as we go throughout tonight, I would bet somewhere in here, if they're going to get 12 inches of rain in the next 12 hours, I would bet somewhere in here we're going to get pretty significant I wouldn't doubt that we're going to get a tropical storm or a flash flood emergency here somewhere along the South Carolina and Georgia coastline. We got LB checking in with the chat. We got LB, everyone. LB is waving hi. We've got Samuel checking in. We got Farmer's Wife checking in. Thank you for watching the stream. LB, I was at LB's house the other day, yesterday. Early in the day, we had a little pool day at the beginning of the day. And she's got a nice pool there. So LB, thanks for having me over there for that pool day. And she asked, did I miss anything? LB, what you've missed so far is we've got hurricane expert Dr. Hobgood here. That was a surprise, so he jumped on. The other thing that you missed is we've got tornadoes up in Minnesota, of all places. We still have an observed tornado up here in Minnesota. This is still a damaging tornado. This is a confirmed large rain-wrapped tornado, guys. This was confirmed by weather spotters, and I think it's right there near Wilton is where I would peg this thing. So Wilton, Minnesota, we have a confirmed large rain-wrapped tornado that's on the ground. I'm not seeing a strong debris signature, which is good, but still, that doesn't necessarily mean that this thing isn't on the ground. And guys, clearly rain-wrapped. Clearly rain-wrapped. Clearly this thing, you're not going to be able to see it coming. So take shelter right now. Dr. Hobgood, have you, so I'll be honest with you. I have only seen, like, let's call it, 1.5 tornadoes in my life. And they were like, if they were all storm chasing with the Stormfront Freaks the past couple of years. And I think the combined time on the ground I've seen them for was like maybe 15 seconds. They've gone on the ground and then gone back up. So at least I can say I've seen one, but still they've been very brief. Have you gone storm chasing? Have you seen any tornadoes in your life?
Well, the funny thing is, I've never seen a tornado when I've actually been looking for them. But I have actually seen 3 tornadoes. One here in Ohio, one when I was teaching at Nebraska, and then one out in Wyoming. And then I've seen a handful of water spouts off the coast of Northwest Florida.
Wow. All right, and is that counting in your total?
No, I mean, I was, the 3 tornadoes were on land, and I mean, they were separate. There were at least 3 or 4 water spouts just in one of the days. I mean, this one thunderstorm offshore kept putting down water spouts, and then they dissipate and put down another one.
Wow. That's not fair. So really, I mean, you've seen like 3+, and all 3 of the ones you saw were just kind of by accident of you just being in the right place at the right time.
Right. I mean, at the risk of dating myself, I was an undergraduate at Ohio State during the big April 3rd outbreak in 1974. And that's when I saw one of the tornadoes. That's when I saw the first tornado.
Wow. That's pretty wild. And I'm a little jealous, to be quite honest, because, I mean, this. We're in Ohio. We don't get, and I think we actually have a camera here that we can bring in. I think Dan probably put this camera here. This is near Hope, north of Hope, Minnesota. So we'll have to check back in with that camera. Thank you, Dan, for putting that there. We've got a camera near Hope, Minnesota right now. And I think Dan actually probably labeled this thing. North of Hope, Minnesota. So we'll put that on there. But we do have a traffic camera that's in the path of this thing. I think, let me just look, Hope, Minnesota, to see where this is. Okay, yeah, so the traffic camera that we have is here. It's included in this tornado warning, and it's right, guys, we're going to have to watch this. This traffic camera that we got is about 13 miles from where this rotation is tracking. But this rotation is tracking almost directly at that camera. So we're going to keep an eye on that camera as we continue to watch this confirmed tornado. Guys, that's clearly a tornado right now. Just to the south of Wilton, right in there. That's where you got your rotation. Very strong couplet here that we've got. And don't see a significant debris signature, but that doesn't mean this thing's not on the ground. This thing is absolutely on the ground. It's producing a tornado. and it's doing some damage, but has and probably because this thing is rain wrapped. Actually, that's probably why it's probably not producing a strong debris signature, because the debris is probably getting mixed in with some of the rain, and really maybe this is also a rural area, so there's probably less debris. But I think we do have enough proof here to say there is a tornado on the ground just to the south of Wilton. Now, Dr. Hobgood, you're going to love this. Looks like we've got some great traffic
The
cameras.
National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Freeborn County in South Central Minnesota, Northeastern Faribault County in South Central Minnesota.
That's insane. Dr. Hobgood, we got tornado warnings left and right here. None of them are in our tropical system. So I wouldn't have guessed that when we started this stream. So here we've got Georgia actually has a pretty good network of traffic cameras right now. We've got one off Tybee Island, and to show you guys on radar, and I think they might have just extended this. I think they just extended this new warning that we got. I believe was just an extension of this. And yikes, we could definitely have a forming tornado there. We've got an observed tornado here. This is not a they haven't upgraded this to a PDS warning yet, but it's an observed. So we got Plombo checking in the chat as well. Plombo's here, but let's just go really quickly down to our traffic camera here. So Tybee Island is right here. They're about to get a pretty nasty outer band, and so that's where our camera is, basically right on this island here. If I zoom out just to kind of show you, here's our camera right in here, the bigger picture. If we put these in motion, we've got some really strong outer bands coming on right now. So let's take a look at this camera, see what we got cooking here. I don't think this one has a great. Unfortunately, I really wish this one was like pointing out towards the coast. But I'm interested to see if we have any storm surge here. So it does not look like we have any storm surge, and looks like Dan's showing the camera here. So Dan, that's a great camera also. Guys, can we give a lot of love to Dan in the chat? We got Agent Dan here. Let's spam the Agent Dan emotes. Agent Dan is here. He is looking good. Dan, one of my friend's dads yesterday texted me. He was like, "Is Dan stoned?" I'm like, "No, Dan's not stoned. No one's stoned. He's just vibing with the stream here." So this camera that we're looking at, and let me see if I can pop this out. I'll make this a little bit bigger here. This camera that we're looking at is right in this outer band that is about to move on shore. And let me go ahead and play the video here. And Dr. Hobgood, I don't think I see any. I mean, this doesn't look like they're getting storm surge just yet.
No, there might be, a very small water level rise right at the coast, but
yeah,
you wouldn't expect much of a storm surge there right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean they're well. This camera is well outside the center. Savannah, Georgia, is we're not even talking about it's about probably 50 to 80 miles away from where this traffic camera is. So it's got a long ways to go before we do have onshore flow here. We do have kind of weak onshore flow, but this is not that persistent. The center of this thing is really far away. And remember, guys, the strongest, the highest storm surge is in the center of this thing or near the center, generally when the winds are kind of perpendicular to the coast. So, but this camera's shaking pretty strong here as this, it looks like this, I don't know if the band has come on shore yet. Let's check the radar again. And we're going to move this over here. It looks like, So guys, our camera is right here. So this band is pushing pretty much as we speak. It's about to be right over top of this camera. So once again, this just shows you, right, how it can go from seemingly calm conditions. This is very similar to lake effect snow. It can go from seemingly calm conditions to going downhill really quickly. And it looks like right now it's starting to pick up here near Savannah, Georgia. So we'll keep watching this thing. There's no audio on these cameras too, guys. These are the state-run cameras. And for all their glory, there's no audio. I will say, I don't know, Dan, from you poking around these cameras before, there's a lot of cameras across the United States. Like, cameras are everywhere, and anyone can just go access them. It's a little creepy.
Yeah, there are cameras everywhere, but I'll tell you what, the ones in Texas don't work as well. Sorry.
That's probably by design, right? Texas doesn't want anyone spying on anyone else.
There is that potential.
Yeah, there definitely is. Guys, another thing I want to point out too, we have zero tornado or zero hurricane warnings across the United States. 86 tropical storm warnings. So thankfully they've let some of the tropical storm warnings expire, so my graphic is no longer broke. But across the United States right now, we have about 80, and they just it just updated to 87. So they apparently what that must mean, Dr. Hobgood. I think that must mean they probably issued a new outlook, because I think with the new outlook they come out with new warnings. Correct?
Well, they can, but those tropical storm warnings are issued by the local offices, not the Hurricane Center. So it depends on when the local office issues its warning. And you're right, NHC has come out with the 8 o'clock advisory. The maximum sustained winds are now 45 miles per hour.
Whoa!
And those are probably in the rain bands that are over the Atlantic Ocean. Those winds aren't occurring over land.
Okay. So this is the new advisory here, and Dr. Hobgood, what's the? Actually, let me minimize this a little bit so you can see. What's the central pressure on this thing? What's the new pressure, and what's the new? While you say that, I'm going to type it in. Actually, what's the new direction?
The minimum pressure is 996 millibars.
Okay, let's type this in. 996. What's the latest movement?
It's moving northeast at 6.
All right. Wow. Remember yesterday it was trucking along at 12. Now it's down to 6. It's pretty wild. So you said it's at 45, so it's weakened slightly. It's lost about 5 miles an hour, and it's lost about it's increased pressure by, like, I think it was the last advisory was like 994. So it's increased pressure by about 2 millibars here. Wow. So it's weakening, which is expected, guys. This is definitely expected as tropical systems, when they get over land, they lose their fuel, right? They lose, if you think about Vince driving a car, right? That's gas, right? The warm water is fuel for this particular thing. So when it goes over land, it runs out of gas. And that's why this thing is weakening right now, slightly. I will say this, Dr. Hobgood, it's definitely not rapidly weakening, right? I mean, it's just slightly weakening while still kind of maintaining its form.
That's correct. I mean, it still has a very well organized circulation, but between the increased friction over the land, it's not generating as much upper level divergence, and that's sort of allowing the surface pressure to increase slowly. Mm-hmm. And that also then is bringing the wind speeds down.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And the wind speeds are coming down. So, but still, on the latest cone, the Hurricane Center still has this moving out over the water in the next... I tell you what, this thing is going to take its sweet old time. We're talking about this thing still not being over the water at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. Guys, that's crazy. If we look at where this thing, how much distance, and it looks like this storm is still kind of taking its sweet old time here to get the camera. So we check back in the camera in just a sec. But if we take a look at the center of this thing, and the center is, what do you think, Dr. Hobgood? The center's probably just to the west of Jacksonville, maybe here. Is that a good estimate, do you think?
That looks pretty good. I mean, in the 8 p.m. advisory, they said 50 miles west northwest of Jacksonville. So
well, we can do that. Watch this. About 50 miles. Yeah, boom, right there. Check that out. So there's your center of this particular thing. This thing, if it were to
The
move,
National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Check that out in just a sec.
Tornado warning for northeastern Freeborn County in south-central Minnesota, southern Steele County in south-central Minnesota, southeastern Waseca County in south-central Minnesota.
So that's the new tornado warning in Minnesota. So we'll have to check in on that. My guess is that's that same storm that we just had. Excuse me. But if this storm were to take a direct east turn and push to the coast, that's 50 miles. If this thing were to take, and let me click out of this warning so you guys can see this. If this thing were to take a north turn to get to the water, I'm just doing distance to get to the water. That's about 80 miles. So what the Hurricane Center is saying is in basically almost, it's probably about 18 hours. This thing is going to move about 70 miles, right? Which I don't know. Let's do the quick math here. Dan, help me out, Dan. Quick math. What is so we got 18 hours. It needs to go 80 miles. So what's like the average miles per hour there?
Professor, I've got a question.
Oh, no. Okay. He's phoning a friend here. Phoning a friend. So this thing's got to go about 80 miles in 18 hours. So I think you would just do 80 divided by 18.
Yeah.
Which is what, like,
it's about 4.5.
That's.
Let me ask you
18 times 5 is 18 times 5 would be 90.
Guys, it's the professor here. You know what? I'm actually. You should be disappointed in me, Dr. Hobgood, with the amount of math I had to take. That's bad.
But I'm sure they let you use a calculator in class.
Yes, they did. You're right. They did, and that ruined me. I think it ruined me. But yeah. So guys, that's about. I mean, I think Dan. I think Dr. Hobgood. I think we can all. I mean, that's like walking speed, right? Like 3 to 4 miles an hour, maybe 4 to 5 miles an hour, guys. That is absolutely nothing. And this storm is going to move that. Right now, it's only moving 6 miles an hour. So I think it's actually going to slow down a little bit further. And that's just an unbelievable thing to think about, that this thing is going to be moving about 4 to 5 miles an hour and is going to not even be off the coast until tomorrow. So pretty wild. You're right, Drew. Math is hard. Oh my gosh. Amy says, Dr. Hobgood, take his degree back. Amy, what are you doing? I think you might have the power to do that. Is that right?
Not a chance. Once you've got it, it's yours.
Oh, that's so fantastic. Here, that's right, Amy. Hear that? He's not taking back my degree. And I don't think he wants to, but he won't do it anyway. Because you know what? Dr. Hobgood and I are friends. So he's not doing it. I'm keeping my degree. And you have a wonderful day, Amy. All right. So let's just really quickly go and check back in with our tornado warning up here. Because it looks like we got an extension of this. And they did extend it, but they extended to be a radar indicated tornado warning. I tell you what. Man, I wonder if Minnesota has any traffic cameras as well. Here's our traffic camera that we're checking in back on Savannah. So interestingly enough, I haven't seen much of a change on this traffic camera since we started watching it. So I'll keep an eye on that. But
Brady, we've got one in the path.
We do. So this traffic camera right now is one that we're looking at. This is in the path of that. It was a confirmed tornado. It's now a radar indicated tornado. So this camera is in the path of this particular storm. Oops, and I just minimized it. Hold on. Let's remove it and put it back on here. This camera is in the path of this particular radar indicated storm. This was that camera that we brought on earlier. And Dan, I bet we're going to see some pretty good CG with this thing because there's CG well out in front of this thing. But
Yeah, so
go
this
ahead,
is
Dan.
this is just north of Ellendale. So that's that intersection there that it's going to be crossing. So it's just north of there, looking southwest.
Okay. And looking, well, my goodness, the rotation is about to be right on top of that thing. Wow. Hold on. Let me look at the latest velocity here and get that up.
And I'm going to give you kind of a view of the location here. So this is Ellendale here, and it's right here, just kind of north of town. And then we'll get back into the picture.
Wow. And just to show you the really quickly the radar, guys. The radar on this particular storm is Ellendale. Here is the rotation right in there. So I think probably the strongest area of rotation right now is about to move right over top of this camera. And we're going to have to watch it. But once again, guys, this is a radar indicated tornado warning for Ellendale and Geneva and Summit. This is all in Minnesota. This is in southern Minnesota, well to the south of Minneapolis. We've got we had a confirmed tornado from this storm. We no longer have a confirmed tornado from this particular storm. Meg, we've got you in the background. We'll bring you on in just a sec. It looks like we've got some street flooding here from Hilton Head. So we'll bring you in just a sec here, Meg. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning that we're looking at, guys. This is weather is just absolutely insane. So we'll come back to this. Dan, let's keep an eye on this camera really quickly. I think this is also we have a tornado warning in this particular cell. So let's keep an eye on this camera as well. I do really quickly want to go to Meg real quick because she just got on. So this is Meg McGuire. She's got boots on the ground here. In where are you, Meg? You are, I believe she's in Hilton Head, right?
South Carolina.
Bluffton, South Carolina.
I can barely hear you, Brady. It's
okay.
Pretty loud.
Is that street flooded?
Yes. This is actually the pond. If you look closely in the one of corners, there's 2 gators hanging out over there.
There's gators hanging out over there?
Oh, yeah. They've been coming out of the pond because of how wet it is.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. We probably,
wow.
I don't even know fully how to turn, but if I'm standing in the street right now, I don't know if you can just.
Yeah, we've got some street flooding here too. You're in it right now, guys. This is wow. Meg McGuire, boots on the ground here in Bluffton, South Carolina, which you guys are going to get hammered pretty hard by these outer bands as they come on shore here. And I can't even believe the gators are out, man. That is another thing you don't even think about.
Around. I literally saw one pop up because of all the water that's coming out. They're coming out of hiding.
Wow. It's unbelievable.
However,
and
we are
guys,
getting some CGs down here, so I'm going to head back to the porch.
Yeah. Go get back on the porch, guys. Meg, we'll keep checking in with Meg throughout here. Thank you for joining, Meg. That is awesome. We'll keep checking in with you and make sure you stay safe, guys. That is another thing you never think about with these storms is the yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Meg. We lost you for a sec. What were you saying? All right, we'll check back in with Meg in a little bit here. Meg, thanks for joining in here. I gotta figure out. Okay, I'll just remove her for now. But that was pretty crazy right there. We've got boots on the ground, Meg McGuire in Bluffton, South Carolina, where they're getting absolutely hammered by these outer bands from this particular storm. Now, Dan, let's go ahead and check back in with your camera here. So this is we're hitting one thing after another here, guys. We've got tornado warnings in Minnesota. We also have boots on the ground in Bluffton, South Carolina, where we're in the middle of a tropical storm, a band that's dropping 1 to 2 inches, maybe more, of rain per hour, and there's a lot of CGs. What we're looking at right now, this is a camera in Minnesota, directly in the path of a tornado warning. Right now, that is a radar indicated tornado warning, so that means there's not on the ground, but It did produce a tornado a little bit ago, and we're guys, right as this is moving over top of the camera, we're having a little bit of an uptick in rotation right over top of Ellendale. We've got CG in the center there. If you guys saw that really quickly, we have some CG, cloud to ground lightning. Dr. Hobgood, is CG, is that an official term like in a book, or is that just something like a Yahoo like me made up?
CG is part of the remark section of the official METAR code.
So it's actually officially a weather term.
Correct.
That is, guys, I don't think you understand how huge that is. That is the fact that CG, right? When I'm saying huge CG, that just isn't me making it up. That is a official weather term. Let's get the huge CG emotes spamming in the chat, guys. That is incredible to know that that CG, which stands for cloud to ground lightning, actually is a real weather term. So it's pretty cool.
Hey, Brady, just so you know, I dropped a little further south. We are actually kind of closer to the Ellendale area.
Okay, got it. So what we're looking at now is another camera that's very close to Ellendale, where we've got some the strongest rotations moving over top of. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But wait, so is this the same camera? I think.
No, it's a different camera. If you'll see here, it's kind of right there, almost in town on the interstate.
Okay, got it. Yeah, okay, let's go back to it. Because this rotation is moving right over top, guys, of this particular camera. And honestly, this thing is gonna be, there's so much rain with this storm. It's gonna be hard to see any wall clouds or anything. I mean, maybe a little bit off to the right. There's a little bit of a lowering, Dan, but I don't know. It's hard to see here just because I don't know. I can't tell if that's the anvil or if that's actually a small lowering there.
If I were chasing this, what I would consider that is wind and rain at the surface. So that's I'd be very concerned with that.
Yeah, I'd agree. But really powerful storm here. A lot of guys. There's a lot of weather happening today. We got tropical storm. We got tornadoes. We got. Tell you what, this weather is 2024ing today. It's just unbelievable the type of storms we're having this year. And I tell you what, 2024 rolls on. What's that? Is that almost like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued? I'm trying to see what that is at the right part of the storm. Is that like that to me is that like light? Like, is the storm moving over top? Like, what even are we looking at there?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting ready to cross over.
That doesn't make any. But see, I'm looking at radar, and that doesn't make any sense. Like, we should not be seeing blue sky or bright skies behind it, because Ellendale's, about to get smacked right now from this storm. But it's almost looking like we're looking directly at the updraft. Like, we're almost looking at directly at a storm right now.
Well, I think remember when Greg was talking about some of the traffic cams and how the iris and the lighting changes and stuff, but he would say it's really dark.
That's got to be it, because Ellendale is right now about to get absolutely dumped on with rain. So yeah, that's my guess. A new severe thunderstorm is that there's that wall of rain moving in. That's actually really cool to watch, that wall of rain move in right in front of our eyes. And this camera is probably going to be consumed here in just a little bit. Oh man, can you guys, Dr. Hobgood, Dan, you guys can hear those warnings, right?
I can hear them.
Check that out. Wow. Looks like the front's coming in here, guys. I don't think we're not as concerned with the rotation. The rotation is weakened a little bit. It's still, I tell you what, we've still got a really strong pocket of winds. We're watching it right now.
Oh,
guys,
look at that truck.
Oh my gosh. It's flying by.
Yeah, that's a lot of wind.
That is the definition. We are looking at and just for 1 second here, guys. I just want to show you where we are right there. We're right in Ellendale. The camera's right here. So let's go back to this camera now. Oh my gosh. That is ludicrous. Let me zoom in further on the screen so you can see it. I'll circle it in the top left corner of the screen. Wow. Now, Dr. Hobgood, when you look at something like this, like if this were hitting Columbus, would your first inclination be to go outside?
No. I mean, I like watching things approach, but when the wind picks up and it starts raining horizontally, not so much.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there, especially when the sea, if like with a storm like this, there's a lot of CG. That is what scares me, I think, the most about storms. I think the rain, the wind. I actually kind of like that, but it's where you can actually get injured. The CG lightning, the storm like this is where you got to watch out for.
Oh yeah, I will not go outside in lightning.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to go out there with a baseball bat, hold it up.
No. As I used to say in class, my epitaph is not going to be J. Hobgood killed by lightning. He should have known better.
Oh man, I love it. Yeah, that would be. I feel like if I don't know if there's ever been a meteorologist that has been struck by lightning, but that'd be pretty humiliating. I think you'd probably have to have something on your funeral if like this guy's an idiot. But it's like a exterminator getting killed by like a spider.
A new flash
or
flood
something.
warning has been issued.
Ooh,
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado
warning here.
Tornado warning for northern Stevenson County in northwestern Illinois.
So that is a new tornado warning that we got for Illinois. Dan, go ahead and refresh this real quick. Let's just take one more look at this. But this, what we're looking at, wow, did you see that difference there? Oh my goodness, these winds are starting to pick up again. We're almost in like another pocket here of winds. But this is, wow. And I just turned my alerts off because I was thinking they reduced the warning, but they no longer have the warning. Or they still have the tornado warning up here. And actually, I think we have a new rotation just to the west of Geneva. And let me try to find a camera here. And we're also going to go back to the tropical storm in just a sec as well, because we've got a lot to talk about here. That's definitely our main story. This is a little bit of a side story here that I did not expect to talk about tornadoes up in Minnesota today. But that's unfortunately what we're dealing with, and Mother Nature just has a way of surprising you. And she's not being kind today. That is for sure. Now, Dr. Hobgood, while we're watching this, how do you think the storms that we've had so far, in terms of, we already had a pretty aggressive forecast this year. Colorado State, the Hurricane Center, had pretty aggressive forecasts for tornadoes this year, for hurricanes this year. How do you think these early season storms are affecting the forecast? Do you think this is like right on schedule, or do we think this is actually going to cause an increase in the forecast for hurricanes?
Well, I think in terms of the number of hurricanes, which we've had 2, right? We had Beryl and then Debby. That's probably about right on schedule, what people were expecting. The thing that we haven't had is a lot of weak tropical storms in between the hurricanes. I mean, if you look back at a year like 2005 or maybe 2020, there were a lot of weak, short-lived tropical storms that came in between the hurricanes. And we have had 2 tropical storms in addition to the 2 hurricanes. But if anything, it seems to me, that we're less likely to have a record number of named storms, just because we haven't been getting those really short-lived tropical storms that some years use up names pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and that is a really, first of all, this video is crazy that we're watching right now. This strong storm move through. It's starting to get its act together too, the rotation. But to your point, Dr. Hobgood, basically what you're saying is we may not get as many. We're not getting really as many weak. Huge CG there in the frame there. We're not getting as many. The number of storms is kind of right on schedule, and we may get a few bigger storms, but it's going to be tough to hit that the benchmark. I guess we're kind of right on schedule, is what you're saying, right? So they probably won't increase the forecast, but the hurricane energy, the ACE that we've had so far, that has been insane, especially with Beryl. The amount of hurricane energy that thing put out was insane.
Yeah, I mean, it is unusual to have a long-lived major hurricane roll through the Caribbean as early as Beryl did.
Yeah.
And, that's when you get a lot of ACE in a hurry, is you have a long-lived major hurricane.
Yeah.
And the other 3 storms haven't really added much to the ACE. So most of the ACE has been caused just by one storm.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, right? That one storm, Beryl, in late July, has broken a lot of records.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Caused a lot of devastation in portions of Jamaica, portions of Mexico, and then eventually in Texas, where it made landfall, and then the preceding couple of days of all the tornadic activity that happened. I mean, it's just wreaked havoc. So this is a cool view that we've been looking at here. I think that the main part of the storm is past. So we are going to go back to some of our other views. I do want to quickly just show you guys the first of all, we got a new member here, Dan Van Runkle. So thank you, Dan. Or sorry, Drew. Sorry, Drew. We got Drew as well. I think Drew's another Columbus guy, Dr. Hobgood. So we got another Columbus guy in the chat. Drew, thank you for becoming a member. So glad to have you here, brother. Welcome to the Stormfront Freak and StormCat family. Use those emotes, Dan. Drew, that's the first thing you got to do, is use those emotes. And I think that actually, I won't play that yet. I'll wait for a donation to use the donation button. But thank you for becoming a member there, Drew, and welcome to the family. Really quickly, I want to show you the latest rotation here. This storm is still tornado warned that we had the camera on. It's now surging a little bit to the south. So this just pushed through Ellendale, and now our new center of rotation here is near Geneva. They did drop the tornado warning for this southern cell. We still have really strong winds with this particular storm. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag possible on it. The other tornado warning that we had was in northern Illinois. So this is a radar-indicated tornado warning. We actually have a train cam near this storm. So if this thing gets close to Rockford, maybe Carly, maybe Carly or Mama G, you guys can keep an eye on this storm. If this thing gets close to Rockford, just do big letters in the chat or something. Because unlike Vince's stream, we love all caps here. We love all caps. So just put some all caps in the chat and get my attention if this thing comes close to Rockford. We got a new tornado warning issued here. I'm not too concerned about this. Yeah. I mean, meh. I don't know, Dan. That's definitely kind of a meh, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say a little bit of a meh.
I think we need a meh button. I really do. And we're going to get a new tornado warning. Are you kidding me? What is this? Where's your tornado? I don't know, Dr. Hobgood. I don't know where I'm seeing the tornado here. Interesting. Oh, actually, hold on there. Hold on. We've got our structure here. A little bit of a dino structure here, guys. Or sorry, a whale structure. So these are kind of little mini
The National
supercells
Weather
up here.
Service has issued a new tornado warning.
There's that new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Greene County in south central Wisconsin, southwestern Rock County in south central Wisconsin.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Of course. It's up here.
Tornado warning for west central
Observed?
Freeborn County in south central Minnesota, northeastern
What is
Faribault
going
County
on?
in south central Minnesota.
So that new tornado warning, and I tell you what, Dr. Hobgood, these storms hate us because they're making us come up here with a tornado. We want to go back and look at the tropical storm here, but these storms are making us go up here, and we do, guys. This is an observed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado in west central Freeborn, northeastern Faribault County, both in south central Minnesota. So the second I said the tornado warning had dissipated, they issued a new one, and this one's a confirmed tornado warning. I'm not seeing a huge debris signature. And guys, look at that. I mean, oh yeah, we clearly can tell that's a tornado by looking at the velocity here. No, or looking at the reflectivity. You cannot. This thing is completely rain wrapped. But there's your. It actually looks like it's weakened a little bit near Wells. But if I look 1 or 2 frames back, there was your right there. See that, guys? Looks like there was your tornado. But it almost looks like this thing just weakened almost like instantly. It looked like it formed here. There's a burst of some strong winds near Wells, inflow, really strong inflow wrapping into this thing. Looks like it spawned a tornado right there, and then almost the green detached from the red and just said, nope, all right. So it looks like we may have had a brief tornado there, but I don't think this still could be on the ground, but at least the latest scan tells me it's not. And we just got a donation here from Sarah. So we're going to do our quick, Dr. Hobgood, bear with me here. We're going to do our quick, huge donation. Let's see if this works this time. Oh, yeah. Huge CG. I mean, donation. Huge. That was massive. Oh, yeah. Did you hear that, Dan?
Yeah, we heard it.
Fantastic. What do you think about that, Dr. Hobgood?
That's pretty interesting.
We like to have fun here, guys. We like to have fun here on the stream. We like to keep it serious here as well. Talk about the serious stuff, but we like to have a little fun as well. So that is the every time you guys make a huge donation, we might be playing that. So we might have different ones.
Dr. Hobgood, did Brady break out of the shell at all?
He's always been so shy and retiring.
Exactly. Oh my God. Yeah. I was very focused, okay? I was very focused back then, and now I'm still focused, but just in a different way. So guys, those are our 4 tornado warnings right now. One of them is observed, and it looks like that it may have briefly lifted though. But take
A new severe thunderstorm warning
take a look at this storm really far away from the radar. There's your mesocyclone almost, I think, where you see the where you see the less, this is really far away from the radar. So that could be your meso, where you've got your rotating updraft here. Because look on a different radar here. That also could just be it being blocked. But it looks like the rotation is weakened. So I would bet, even though this is still an observed tornado warning, I would bet this thing is probably lifted. You could have one forming down here, right? You had some pretty strong rotation down there. So we make another tornado warning. And Dan, it looks like we've got another tornado trying to form here. This is kind of ridiculous. This is completely wrapped in rain, but you see this really bright return here. Normally you've got your bright red and you've got your bright green. This is it's trying to spin up again. So we will have to keep an eye on these storms. We'll come back to these. And Dan, maybe you could do me a favor and keep an eye on the tornado warnings that we have. I do want to go back down and take a look at our flooding rainfall here. off the coast of Jacksonville. And I almost want to, I feel like I need to update our thumbnail to include tornadoes because we're getting barraged right now with tornado warnings. Here's what Debby looks like currently though. And it looks like we've really got kind of two main areas of rain. You've got your big mass that's kind of all attached to the center. And then you've got a little bit of a dry slot in here. And then right behind it, you've got this feeder band that is just pushing on shore. And there's a ton of CG in these particular storms right now. And I'm actually having trouble telling where the state line is. So I believe the state line, I think it's somewhere between, it's between Savannah and Hilton Head, I believe. Because Savannah's Savannah, Georgia, and Hilton Head is Hilton Head, South Carolina. So you've got this band is now starting to push into areas of South Carolina here, where you've got some really strong lightning. You've got some pretty decently strong rotation. Yeah, little embedded circulations in here. We've got a special marine statement for these particular storms. And gosh, look at the lightning on these things. My goodness, there is a lot of lightning on. So that's a nasty line of storms. This is eventually going to push up to Charleston, and that's Charleston. The party's about to start here for you guys. Where did my friend say she was at again? She said she was at.
Hey Brady, by Walters, Minnesota, it's looking like some pretty decent gate to gate.
Really? Okay. Walters, Minnesota, and Dan, I think we do have traffic cameras up there, so let's keep an eye on those. See if we. Well, actually, there's a.
I'm not seeing anything extremely nearby.
Yeah, there's actually there's terrible ones there. So let's just go ahead and take a look at our rotation again.
But yeah, just south of town.
All the storm chasers chasing the hurricane are probably like kicking themselves. Right here.
So it's going to be a little bit to the southwest of there.
Oh, wait, is it this tornado?
Walters.
Walters.
Near Keister.
Keister. Are you talking about like?
Okay, I just got a new frame. It's still gate to gate, but it's not what it looked like a moment ago.
This is Walters, Minnesota. Is there a place actually named Keister? Okay, here it is.
Look to the south, you'll see it.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. There's a place actually named Keister. What do you think, Dr. Hobgood? Would you want to live in Keister? I
think I'll pass on that one.
Isn't Keister like? I've heard like my grandma use that and like refer to your butt. I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
But if you live in Keister, Minnesota, I'm sure it's a lovely town, and I'd love to visit sometime.
I would love to visit. I just don't know if I already when I tell people I'm from Ohio, people like, especially from either coast, they're like, "Oh, you live in like the corn state." I think if I told someone that I was from Keister, Minnesota, I think that'd be even harder of a sell. I mean, it basically is a town that is named after your backside. And it's just an unfortunate name. Whoever came up with that name is kind of questionable here. But this is the rotation that Dan is talking about near Walters. We've got you've got really strong winds pushing out of this storm. You also have really strong winds wrapping up into it. So, if this can kind of tighten up a little bit, right now it's pretty. You've got winds going this way, and then you've got winds wrapping up this way. So until this thing tightens up, but that's how all of these tornadoes have started. Is you've had this kind of persistent inflow coming into these storms, and it's been running into this really, oh my gosh, check, that is a bulldozer. Guys, this is an absolute bulldozer of a storm. And where is this at? I'm trying to get an idea, because I think we may have maybe one camera from there. Although that is not, there's no video for that. Come on. But that is just a bulldozer. And what can happen is when you have these really strong winds that are pushing out of this thing, it starts, and you have these winds kind of pushing up from the south. As these two winds collide, it starts to kind of turn the winds, and that can actually spawn tornadoes. And that's really what's been happening with all of these storms, right? You've had this other cell over here that was tornado warned that they've now dropped the warning for, but it's a really strong pocket of outflow combined with winds wrapping up this way into the storm. As this outflow hits the inflow, it starts to turn the winds, and if it can wrap around, that's where we'll get a little tornado.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning
you
for
called it, brother.
northwestern Winnebago County in north-central Illinois.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado
I'm sorry,
warning.
Doctor. I'm so sorry, Dr. Hopkins.
Tornado warning for
This is insane.
southwestern Freeborn County in south-central Minnesota.
This is absolutely insane.
They did warn it.
They did, yeah, exactly. Yeah. They did warn it. And a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Which they issued two. I'm trying to see what the second one they issued was.
It was in Illinois.
Okay. So they did. Ooh, there's another. This is another radar indicated tornado warning here in Illinois. That we're getting several of these tornado warnings. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on these as we go throughout the night. But there's only one that's observed, and I think that one is no longer on the ground. So I am worried about this. I am worried about this tornado warning right here. That's actually about to push into Iowa. And Dan, I wonder if we can. There's probably some traffic cameras in Iowa too. And I actually think we're about to run into. Wow, this one's terrible. But there's no video on those ones, so I think Dan, maybe get us look in Iowa and see if we can find
a new
some
flash flood warning has been issued.
Traffic cameras there. So, guys, I don't know if you heard, but we just had a new flash flood warning as well. I just changed those warnings, so we overhauled our warning system today. So now we got some new warnings that we can share on the stream. So let me know in the chat if you like what you're hearing. I'm also following something else I want to show us is, let's go ahead and take a look at this is StormNet. This is brought to you by the same creators of StormNet, Andrew Brady. And I actually think we need to we're going to turn off StormNet. We're going to put on the hurricane stuff. I forget how to put that on. Oh no. I'm going to take off the radar. I thought it was like a tropical mode that you have to click on. Oh no. Andrew Brady's going to kill me. He's like, "What are you doing?" Where do I go to get to the tropical? Yesterday was just like a button here that you could push. Anyway, I got to keep playing around with this. I'm sorry, guys. But it's still a ridiculously cool tool that you can kind of see the different. Oh wait, I see it. Okay, never mind. I was being an idiot. We just had to go into tropical mode. So this is what we were looking at yesterday. This is the same creators of StormNet. This is Andrew Brady. This basically overlays the spaghetti models, and it also shows you the probability of experiencing. I think this is having the center. Yeah, this is the probability of the center coming within, I think, 100 miles or 50 miles of any particular point. So the higher probability indicates the greater chance that you're going to have that center. So very clearly, Dr. Hobgood, this probability, kind of machine learning tool is looking at the models and showing a really strong signal that this thing is going to move off the coast.
Yeah, that's consistent with what NHC has with their cone.
Yeah. And that's not good news, guys, because if this thing sits off the coast, like all the models have it, Tropical Storm Debby. Once again, guys, if you're just joining us, we're covering Tropical Storm Debby. We're also covering the tornado warnings in Minnesota that are just kind of coming out of the blue here. But if this thing does in fact do what the models say it's going to do, and eventually meanders its way off the coast, it's going to take its sweet old time. It's going to take a nice Sunday drive the next couple of days as it moves at a balmy 4 to 5 or 6 miles an hour. Once it gets off the coast, right? And I'm just going to do a D for Debby here. Once it gets off the coast, if the center is about where these models have it, so let's just put a D where the center is going to be. The winds are going to be pumping around this thing.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And Myrtle Beach, North Charleston, let's just say the center is here, right? It's going to continually push water from the ocean, as well as from kind of the western side of it. It's going to continually push that water onshore. So you're going to have 1 to 3 feet of storm surge pushing towards North Charleston, even into Hilton Head in Southern Carolina. And as this thing kind of sits off, it's also going to push a lot of moisture and a lot of these feeder bands and the center of it as well, with a lot of the rain that we're seeing accompany it, is going to sit and just continually push all that moisture onshore. And so that's a big problem. And this model, I think, does a really good a view of showing exactly where this thing's going to go and exactly what it's going to do. And that is not good.
Warning has been issued.
That the highest probability is actually out here, which may even mean this thing we might see a little bit further of a track in the coming days. But right now, a lot of the spaghetti models have this pretty tightly coupled right off the coast near Savannah. Now, I don't know, Dr. Hobgood, if because I'm almost thinking too, if like the center is right on the coast, that means probably the heaviest rain will be inland, right?
Are you talking about the coast of Georgia or South Carolina?
Yeah, let's just say Debbie's right here, right? And you're gonna probably have your rain shield, like kind of right there, and then you might have, depending on if there's dry air, you may have some dry air making its way. The reason why I asked that was because if this thing can just somehow latch onto the coast and maybe push a little bit further inland than we expect, that could mean that they're like towns like Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston, could, this is a low probability scenario. So I think the most likely scenario is they're going to get a lot of rain in a short period of time. But if this thing were to kind of latch onto that coast and move a little bit further inland than forecast, that's going to reduce probably your rain totals along the coast slightly, because my thinking is the closer you are to the center, if you're in the center, you're probably going to receive a little bit less rain just because of the way this structure is currently, right? So the center's here, if you're in the center, you'll get less rain than you would, maybe just 20 miles to the north.
Well, that's right. I mean, you can still see drier air wrapping around the western side, like we talked about last night. Now, obviously, there's more dry air around the center now because it's over land. So anything west of the center would see much less rain. And the question, east of the center is, where do the persistent bands set up? Because, as you can see, there are bands of heavy rain, and then in between, you get drier slots. So, if you're in one of those drier slots, you're going to have a much lower rainfall total than if you're in one of those bands where the storms keep training over you for a period of hours.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Where these bands set up is going to be critical to determining what kind of rainfall numbers you get. And just like when you can, I think everyone along the coast is going to receive a significant amount of rainfall, but just like you can have in persistent. Wow, I'm blanking on. Just like you can have in persistent lake effect snow, you can have significant differences in the amount of precipitation. And this will be a little bit less so, I think, because these rain bands are going to be moving around so erratically as we go throughout the night, and you're going to have this big rain shield eventually catch up to it. So I think, just because, like, for example, Hilton Head Island, you are now rain free, but you're gonna be back in the rain here in probably about an hour. But still, wherever this band sets up, and right now it's pushing towards Charleston, that's going to be where your heaviest rain totals are. And I think Charleston is probably got another hour or two before these rain bands set up. But right now, just to the south of Charleston, to the north of Beaufort, actually Beaufort, you're kind of in this right now, is where the heaviest rain, and this is just a fire hose with 1 to 2, maybe 3 inch per hour rainfall totals. So it's not good. That is not good. I'm sure folks in Hilton Head Island right now, I really hope, if there's anyone, because this is a really popular destination for travel, I really hope that anyone in Hilton Head Island has taken precautions and gotten out of there if they can, because over the next couple of days, we are going to have just significant, and already, I think, if we look at the storm total, already in Hilton Head, we've got probably close to 6 inches, 5 to 6 inches of rain here. Just off to the west in Savannah, we've got about 6 to 7 inches of rain. The good news, a lot of this heavy rain where we've got 8 inches, that's remained offshore, but those bands that are producing that significant rain is about to push onshore in Beaufort and just to the north. So that's we've got some really significant rain bands about to push onshore. So these rainfall totals are going to go significantly up.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has
just
been
to the
issued.
north of Hilton Head.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Unbelievable. That was weird. We just had a tornado warning that just apparently disappeared.
Well, Brady, that was your voice. So where is it for?
I don't know. I actually don't know. That I've never had that happen where the warning doesn't actually follow through. So that's interesting. Maybe they canceled the tornado warning as soon as it came out. So, okay, so this warning that we have up here, this is for this particular storm. Yikes. I don't like that. I don't like that signature. Let's get another radar and just double check. That one isn't as pronounced. So we did just get a new tornado warning here. This includes Northwood.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Maybe this is it.
Tornado warning for northern Worth County in north-central Iowa.
And I wish they had cameras there.
And they don't. Oh, that's a shame. Someone just said we had a tornado warning in South Carolina. I don't think we do. I don't think we have any tornado warnings in South Carolina. But honestly, guys, as these bands push on shore, I would not be surprised if some of these go tornado warned.
Hey, Brady, no, we've got one in South Carolina.
We do.
Yeah, that Beaufort area.
Beaufort?
Maybe Beaufort.
Yeah, that's my guess. Beaufort.
Sorry, I pronounce it like we do in Texas.
Yeah, no, you're okay. We do. We do have a tornado warning in Beaufort, South Carolina. So check that out, Dr. Hoggood. We've got our first tropical-related tornado warning. I'm assuming I'm wondering why that is not playing right now. Because that should be, unless that's delayed. Oh my, unbelievable, guys. We have an observed tornado here in Illinois. Of all places, are you kidding me? We've got an observed tornado here just to the north of Rockford, Illinois. This is Minnesota. Wisconsin. This is in Wisconsin to the west of Janesville. We have a confirmed tornado that looks like it was on the ground. Let me just look at the correlation coefficient here. I'm not seeing any debris from this storm. Now, I think this is probably going to be confirmed by a public. This was confirmed by the public at 7:31. A tornado was reported. Wait a second. That was a while ago.
So it looks like that reported warning just fell off for Illinois, but we still have a reported warning for Wisconsin and the one in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's maybe my radar product is delayed right now because this still says observe. So that is interesting. But we did get a new tornado warning that was just issued for also for South Carolina, and we got a new tornado warning issued for this cell that is producing some really strong winds, guys. That could be a tornado right there near Emmons. If we look at the debris signature, I'm not seeing anything on the debris signature. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but we very well could have a large rain-wrapped tornado in this particular storm. Let's go back down and take a look at this tornado warning in South Carolina that we have. That's for Beaufort. This tornado warning is for Beaufort, and this is a. Let's look at the rotation here. Just to see, yeah, I think a little bit right in there, maybe a little spin up we might have. And Dr. Hobgood, these things are pretty common, and they don't usually last that long, correct?
That's right. I mean, most of the tornadoes you get in the rain bands are fairly short-lived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they can still be strong. I mean. And I think we see a lot. Sometimes we see some water spouts that come on shore during these particular events, but that isn't. I mean, if normal water spout, right? And maybe we could talk about that a little bit. But because I'm actually curious for normal water spouts are normally much weaker than traditional tornadoes, at least the way we think of them. But normally sometimes when they come on shore, they fall apart, right? Sometimes they stick together, sometimes they fall apart. But oftentimes when you have, water spouts that are spawned from these particular systems, they tend to stick together, as they move on shore. They might, take a second to reform, but at least that's what I feel like when I see these storms is sometimes the rotation actually gets a little bit stronger when it moves over the land because of the friction, like your point, Dr. Hobgood. So I don't know if you want to speak to that in terms of, well, first of all, why do these tropical systems produce so many tornadoes and so many tornado warnings, and what is it about the water spouts that just makes them kind of a different animal than normal water spouts?
Well, there are a couple of things going on. Most of the tornadoes that you get near the coast, when the air moves from the water to the land, the amount of friction increases. Mm-hmm. So that slows the air down, but it also changes the direction. Mm. So near the coast, you get a slight increase of low-level wind shear. And if you have a fairly strong thunderstorm in one of the bands, and you get a little bit of increase in the low-level wind shear, that might be enough to spin up a brief, usually fairly weak tornado.
Yeah.
Now, for the storms that form offshore, so it might start out as a water spout and then move on land as a tornado, those are usually forming in stronger thunderstorms in the bands over the water. And those may have some rotation in them already because of the wind shear with the tornado, potentially sometimes interacting with a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Freeborn County in south central Minnesota.
I hate you. Keep going.
So in those cases, the water spout's actually being generated by what's in effect a small supercell within the rain band.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to tell because I know exactly what you're saying about these supercells, and sometimes it's very clear when they aren't, but sometimes I almost have to look at the radar in motion to see, okay, are these things rotating? Are they not? And a lot of these actually look like they're rotating to me, right? At least some of them, right? I think we definitely have this storm up here that's trying to rotate. If we put this, let me just take this in a little bit slow motion here so you can see it. I think this storm is rotating, and they put a marine statement on this because I think the National Hurricane Center or the local office is saying here, okay, some of these storms are clearly rotating. They could be producing water spouts, and just watch that. See that little hook right there, a little knob. I think that's a sign of all of these things rotating, right? And I think as these come on shore, we're probably going to get a couple more tornado warnings. These things are probably going to be short-lived, to your point, Dr. Hobgood. But still, that doesn't mean they won't be strong, right? They still could be strong. Oftentimes they are weak, exactly what you said. But they as we saw with Beryl, this is not Beryl though. This is not the same environment that Beryl had access to, but still, occasionally you can get a strong one here or there.
Right. I mean, you can get a few stronger tornadoes, but I mean, even the weak tornadoes are capable of causing damage.
Yeah.
Now, one thing it's helping prevent the development of stronger tornadoes now is, of course, Debbie's not as strong as it was last night.
Yeah.
So there's not as much wind to start out with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there isn't, which is helping our case a little bit, right? So but I'll be something to watch as these things come on shore. We did get a new tornado warning here, so we'll come back to that. And Dan, I don't know, since Florida's got such good traffic cameras, maybe we could find a traffic camera near Jacksonville, near Kings Island. This is not Kings Island, Cincinnati. I know, Dr. Hobgood, you and me are used to that Kings Island in Cincinnati. This is not the water. This is not the water/roller coaster park. But it probably would be cool to get a traffic camera in there in Kings Island, Dan. So maybe we can try to find that. Dan is doing so many things you don't even know it. He's like let's spam some Dan emotes in the chat. Let's also spam some Dr. Hobgood. I was trying to make an emote, but I didn't get it in time. So maybe we can give some love to Dr. Hobgood in the chat as well. That would be interesting to see as this kind of eye wall moves over Kings Island to look and see what the conditions are like. We did get a new tornado warning, guys. We have a total of 6 tornado warnings. 3 of them are, or I guess this is really 2. 2 of them are up here in Iowa. This is 3, because essentially you've got 1 warning here. I'm not going to draw that. Never mind. That's going to be too.
So yeah, Brady, this one was about 5 minutes ago. Storm spotter observed tornado.
Okay. Oh, this was.
Yeah.
So this is an observed tornado that they've updated this to. The interesting thing is, if we look at the velocity, I think the actual southern warning is the one that has the tornado on
over
it.
Twin Lake.
Actually, hold on. We could have 2 here. We could have 2 tornadoes here. One to the east of Lance Rudd, and one to the east of Emmons. And we actually have Nikki Marie is chasing one of these storms. I actually think she's chasing the one. I don't think she's chasing this one. She's chasing. Let's see. Yeah, Nikki Marie is chasing. Okay, what the heck was that? Nikki Marie is chasing the tornado warning in Illinois / southern Wisconsin. Wow, that's pretty near where she lives, I think. So she's chasing this warning. So we'll have to check in. We'll have to check back in on that storm with Nikki. So Nikki's out there chasing this. But what we're looking at right now, these are 2 tornado warnings
of possibly the northern one is an observed tornado. So this is an observed tornado that was on the ground. This was confirmed by weather spotters. And we've seen observed tornadoes here with these two storms for the past about 30 minutes to an hour here. We also have a secondary rotation that is also tornado warning to the south that could be producing a tornado. It's definitely producing a wall cloud on this particular storm. If you can see, very defined rotation just to the west of Silver Lake. So a dangerous scenario here. And we do have a visual. Wow. That is pretty wild. This is a visual from Nikki about the other tornado warning storm. This just looks like this is exactly what you would expect on, if I look at that tornado warning storm, let's just pull it up real quick just to show you side by side here. This is that observed tornado warning still in, and there it goes. It's gone. It's gone. This storm is completely collapsed. Check that out, right? This was about 10 minutes ago. This is that storm, the tornado warning storm, or was tornado warned, that had an observed tornado in Wisconsin and northern Illinois. This is about 20 minutes ago. This is about 10 minutes ago. And this is now. So very clearly, if we compare that to the photo that Nikki sent, completely, it still looks like it has a lowering, like a little mini wall cloud that's just still, but the storm itself looks like it's collapsing in on itself like a dying star. So, but I tell you what, the base is still pretty defined here, right in there. There's your base. So it could be trying to recycle here. Maybe a new updraft is developing, but at least on radar, it looks like this thing's falling apart. So great work there from Nikki, sending some pictures in. It's Nikki Marie. The real question is, with Nikki on this storm, who's watching Leroy? And is Leroy trying to maybe eat someone else? Dan, we saw Leroy earlier. Dan, that would be amazing. Leroy is probably trying to eat you right now. Look at that. Guys, someone screenshot that stare. Do it again. Whoa! Dan, you might need to put the glasses on, brother. That is awesome. Agent Dan. Guys, Agent Dan is a meme machine. He's got the glasses. All right, Dan, now could you put one finger on your ear? That's affirmative. Over and out. Get down, get down, get down. Agent Dan. I tell you what, that is a cool look, guys. Dr. Hobgood, you got any aviators back there?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
No thanks.
Okay. He's like, I'm about to leave if we keep doing this. But here is the latest scan. The radar indicated tornado warning. I think we could possibly, they didn't drop the northern one. We could be possibly looking at maybe two tornadoes here. It looks like the northern rotation is actually weakened. The southern one looks like it's almost taking over. So another possible tornado there in northern Iowa. Another beautiful picture here from Nikki from the storm in southern Wisconsin. It's I don't know, Dan. That looks like it's collapsing in and on itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dr. Hobgood? It looks like a dying storm to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Nikki, thanks for going on and chasing that thing. That is it's kind of it's unbelievable actually how fast that thing fell apart. To be quite honest. But it's a cool visual you got there. So, checking back to the south now, back in our tornado warning down here in the tropical activity near Port Royal on Beaufort. This tornado warning, and I can't even click on it because there's so many warnings. Okay, this thing goes for another 17 minutes. I'm not seeing any strong rotation. Maybe down here where we've got some pretty strong winds moving onshore. That's in South Carolina. I was trying to find.
traffic cameras in South Carolina near the coast. And they got to have traffic cameras down here. Okay, they've got one in Beaufort. Oh, come on. Gosh, wah. Stream not available. Oh, wait. Catam. There's no way that's close because there's not even any rain at all on that camera. Man, that stinks. That would have been a beautiful camera to look at for that tornado warned storm. We had a camera in downtown Beaufort, right where that tornado warning is. But actually, hold on. This one's working. Yikes. Look at that, guys. This is a traffic camera in downtown Beaufort where we have this storm is that's tornado warned is moving right over top of this particular camera. Yeah, look at that car, guys. Look at that car driving on the bridge. That is insane. Let me actually see if I can go picture in picture here to zoom in a little bit more because let's see if I can blow this up to show you the bigger image. Check that out, guys. That is a wild shot there of a really strong rain band moving over top of Beaufort right now. This is what we were talking about, guys. When you get one of these bands, look at those winds. Look at those left to right winds, which that's going to be pushing onshore. So that means if it's pushing onshore, we're looking. I think we're looking south.
Has been issued.
Yeah, we would be looking south here in Beaufort. This is a ridiculously strong brain band pushing on shore there. And Dr. Hobgood, I mean, is that analogy of almost like a, maybe not as dramatic, right? Because there's still wind outside of it. But is that analogy of a lake effect snow band and kind of how it goes? It can be really, really intense in a band, and then outside of it, it's not as intense. Does that hold true to you? Does that ring true to you?
It's probably not as dramatic in a hurricane or tropical storm as it is in a lake effect snow band. Yeah. Because, I mean, you got to remember you have the large scale rotation around Debby. Yeah. So the winds in and out of the band are somewhat similar. They're usually a little stronger in the band because you got the drown drafts bringing down stronger winds from above. But lake effect snow bands are sort of dramatic. You're either in them or you're not. So it's the analogy is similar to some extent, and certainly for the heavy rain, but there are some differences too.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely some differences.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado
what we're looking
warning.
at now is intense, man.
Tornado warning for northeastern Mower County in southeastern Minnesota.
So that was it. That was a new tornado warning right now for Minnesota. So we'll look at that in just a second. But we right now, folks, we have a camera that we're looking at. This is in Beaufort. This is driving across a bridge in Beaufort. Which I'm going to be honest, guys, I don't know if I'd be out and about driving tonight because this is crazy. This is just a really strong winds. I mean, you could be getting gusts of 40, 50, maybe probably not 60 miles an hour in some of these, but especially with the Tropical Storm Debby only having winds of 45 miles an hour. But I don't think I would be out and about tonight in anywhere in South Carolina because these are going to be hard to navigate. I mean, the visibility decreases in these things, the wind increases in these things. And there could be tornadoes in some of these, and you're not going to be able to see these coming. These are going to be at night. And this is just a pretty unbelievable view here that we're looking at on a traffic camera in Beaufort, where we have a tornado warning currently in effect. And just checking in here, the tornado warning, as soon as I said that, was allowed to expire. And we're going to come right back to the camera, but I mean, Dr. Hobgood, we're seeing a couple of these things. That could be an embedded rotation here. That could be a embedded rotation here. I think we're probably going to get a couple more tornado warnings issued as these things come on shore. What do you think?
It's possible. I mean, you never know whether, given the distance from the radar to that rain band, whether that rotation reaches all the way down to the ground or what you're seeing is a few thousand feet up. So there's always the potential that you could get, more warnings.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good point. We don't ever want to jump the gun here with warnings. I think there's a lot of people that can look at radar and think, how is that not a tornado warning? How is that? And I've even done that a couple of times too. And it's like, oftentimes the National Weather Service actually has access to a lot more radars than I'm looking at, and just your average Joe Schmo, because there's radars at local airports. There's radars, all across the country that, the average person may not have access to. So it's an important thing to remember, guys. Just because we see something that looks like a couplet on the radar, or we see something that doesn't look like a couplet on the radar that's warned, oftentimes the National Weather Service has more information than us. And that's so obviously we're all human. We all make mistakes. But it's always a good, Dr. Hobgood once again is keeping us grounded here on the stream. We don't want to get, we don't want to get too excited to make too many gut calls here, because sometimes, we don't want to warn. We don't want things to be warned if they're not actually going to have a tornado. So, but wow, my goodness, guys, the wind has just picked up, and I'm actually going to take a quick bio break while we go, and I'm going to leave you guys just with this shot of a really strong Tropical Storm Debby outer band here in Beaufort, South Carolina. It's pretty unbelievable.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado.
Dan is going to tell a lot of jokes, and Dr. Hobgood, I think, has got some hurricane jokes. Don't you, Dr. Hobgood?
Don't you like how he does that? You're going to tell a joke. See you later.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a look at where this new warning is, and it looks like it's in Iowa. No, they just continued on with the South Carolina warning. So at 9:20 Eastern, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Paris Island, moving northwest at 20 miles an hour. It's radar indicated tornado hazard. Locations impacted would be Hilton Head Island, Beaufort, as I am told it's pronounced, Port Royal, Shell Point, Burton. It's also going to include Hilton Head Airport and Lemon Island, along with a few other. It looks like the Marine Corps Air Station is also included. And you can see really high winds there in the traffic cam. Doctor, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's another one of those circulations that Brady circled before he left for his break. And, you can get several of those coming in succession. And so that may be what we're seeing here.
Appreciate it. And Carly, yeah, I'm seeing your mention about it being South Carolina. I had a couple things updating on my screen, and then I'm like, oh, you know what? It is South Carolina. So Brady will be back here momentarily. StormCat5 _. Oh, there he is. Ta-da!
Here I am. Wow. I tell you what, this would be a little unnerving to be on this bridge right now. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that water looks like it's got a long ways to go, but those winds look pretty strong.
Especially since they're tornado warned.
Wait, they just put the tornado warning back on it?
Roger that, sir.
Wow. Okay, so they just had a new tornado warning. This is near Port Royal, and it's for this particular circulation right in here. See that little circulation right there? That I've seen tornadoes drop from less, and I actually think our camera is going to be very close to that. So we're going to keep watching this camera. This is a crazy, crazy, crazy view here that we're looking on this particular storm, and wow! And is that a boat off to the? Wait, let me see if I can show you this. That's not a boat, is it? No way. That's got to be the coastline. I bet. Those red lights there on that particular storm, or on that coastline. That's got to be probably lights marking the coastline. I think there's no way that's a boat. If there's anyone boating out tonight, I think you're gonna have some serious problems. Don't think this is the weather you want to be out boating out here tonight. And guys, once again, if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to the stream. We are looking at a traffic cam inside a tornado warning in Beaufort, South Carolina, where we have a really strong outer band of Debby moving onshore and producing some huge CG.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado
warning. This
warning.
is pretty insane right now, what we're witnessing. We'll let this warning play. And there again, it just disappeared. I don't know what is going on with the warnings tonight, but that just new tornado warning, and it just didn't tell us the counties. So that probably means another warning's coming. And yep, there it is, guys. We just got a new tornado warning. So these are the rotations that as they were coming on shore, we said they might get warned. And now here's another tornado warning near Modesto Beach. So we've got two different tornado warnings, and these are all Debby spawned tornado warnings. No confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground with these things yet, but we've got one circulation here, another one here to the west of Modesto Beach. We've got a third circulation that's going to be moving on shore in a little bit, and probably they're going to continue this tornado warning as this goes on shore. If they're going to warn this circulation here near Modesto Beach, they're definitely going to warn this circulation. They've already warned this circulation near Port Royal. So we've got three possible tornadic circulations here that we're looking at, and we've got a visual on one of them. We have a visual on one of them. This is the traffic camera that we have that's pretty close to this is, huge CG there. Unbelievable. I'm not going to lie, Dr. Hobgood. I see this, and I don't want to be on that bridge. I would love to be at like the end of one of those bridges and just watching
the National Weather Service has issued
another
a new
tornado warning. This is insane.
Tornado warning for northeastern Worth County in north-central Iowa.
Of course, that was in Iowa. So new tornado warning that was just in Iowa. We'll get to that in just a second here. And I actually feel like I need to change the title of that of the YouTube now, because this is like the tornadoes are going off the chart right now. So let me just change this title real quick. But Dan, are you seeing anything on correlation coefficient or anything like that? Any debris with any of these tornado warnings?
Not at the moment, but they're not like super organized like supercells. So, I mean, you can have it spinning low and it just not lofting really high up. So definitely if you're in a warning polygon, take it seriously, take shelter. No joking around. Yeah.
If you're in any of these, if you're in South Carolina, if you're in any of these, huge CG right in the center, guys. Huge CG. That is crazy. Let's get some CG emotes spamming in the chat. If you're just joining us right now, we're looking at a tornado warning near Beaufort. We've just had another tornado warning that was issued near Modesto Beach. We probably are going to have a third. Actually, they'll probably just extend this tornado warning that we have. There's so many warnings here, guys. It's very hard to tell where the actual tornado warning is. Here's the first tornado ring that we have in Beaufort and Port Royal. Here's the second tornado ring that we have near Modesto Beach. So those are our 2 tornado warnings that are Debby spawn tornado warnings, and the traffic camera that we're looking at right now is in this particular cell, just in Beaufort essentially.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
So Brady, I've got a picture. I don't have video. This is from kind of the Minnesota area. So yeah, very low visibility. Yeah.
That looks like the end of the world.
Yeah, it's a still image. I've got some still images kind of that area. Unfortunately, I don't have video, but yeah.
That looks like a dust storm. It's probably just a filter on the camera. That's probably the night vision filter actually on the camera. Yeah. Because it's starting to get dark there, dusk. So this is not a dust storm here in Iowa. But this is the visibility is really starting to get low. I don't think this is wildfire smoke. I don't think so. I think this is just a camera filter. But this looks like Armageddon here in Iowa. So this is near the tornado warning. So take this tornado warning seriously, like the other tornado warnings that we've had. So great view there from Dan. We'll keep an eye on that camera as we go. Here is back to our other camera in South Carolina. Looks like it looks like things have actually lightened up a little bit. The visibility's improved just a little bit. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this camera, and I'll keep it in the view here just in case we get that. Let's go back to the radar here and just check what we got. So we've got a secondary it looks like our circulation near Port Royal has lost a little bit of its strength here. But I do have checking in with Megan as well. Megan McGuire, who is in I believe she sent it to me. She said she's in. Megan, if you're watching, just tell me where you are. Tell me where you're located again. You sent it to me because I just want to check. But she said she's saying that they got sandbags everywhere, and there was flooding is starting to get from that lake that we saw earlier. It's starting to go on the street. So Megan, make sure you're being careful there. If hopefully you are if you're near the coastline, just be aware of some, you could get some rising waters. I'm assuming if you were in an evacuation zone, you would have probably evacuated. So here's these little rotations coming on shore here. So I'll check in with Megan and make sure she's okay. But hold on, I'm checking the chat right now. That's crazy about the Gators. Okay, she's in Bluffton, South Carolina. So let's just look at where that's at. Dr. Hobgood, I know with hurricanes, you can have, it affects the wildlife just like it affects us, right? So when you have significant rain like that, there can be some pretty crazy stories about wildlife and just moving out of their because the rain actually pushes them out of their natural habitats in the flooding.
It can certainly do so. In certain places, they do warn people to be extra careful about, snakes and alligators after a storm, if you've had the water level rises. But yeah, anything exposed, so any of the wildlife that's out there is going to be affected by the storm. Now, if wildlife can move out of the way, it will do so.
Yeah. And I remember with Ian, with Hurricane Ian. Also, by the way, guys, this rotation's getting a little bit stronger here, about to come on shore. There could definitely be a water spout with this particular storm, and we see a little bit of a hook here, guys. Definite hook, definite whale structure. This is a little bit of this is a sideways whale here, but definitely a supercell structure that we have with this particular storm looks like we have an embedded supercell moving onshore where we very likely could. There very well could be a tornado that's or water spout that's being produced by this particular storm. This is probably of all the signatures I've seen so far, this is probably the strongest one, the most likely one, I would say, to produce something. Would you agree with that, Dr. Hobgood?
Certainly looks that way.
Yeah, it does. All right, so I think let's just Bluffton, South Carolina. Okay, so okay, that's actually good. So my good friend is in Bluffton, so she's down here. So she's well outside of the tornado warnings. So that's good. She's still getting some pretty solid action from the outer bands here. The good news is the fire hose. The fire hose is pushed a little bit to the north here. Checking back in with our tornado warned storm. The camera here looks like the actual winds have died down just a little bit. The rain has died down a little bit. I think that band is starting to move off to the north here. So I'll keep an eye on that camera. I wonder actually, and I'm gonna get a little greedy here and see if there's any other cameras near that to the north where we have that tornado warning in Edisto Beach and Kiawah Island. This is a part of the country there. This is a very, very populated part of the country where we have a lot of people that vacation down here. Charleston. I did Kiawah Island all the time as a kid. I literally came down here every year to Kiawah Island, and we also have Hilton Head, which is also a very popular vacation spot down here in South Carolina. So there's probably a lot of people here, and wow, this would actually be unbelievable if this is where I think it is. We have a camera possibly in Edisto Beach. So let's just take a look at this really quickly. Island of Palms. We've got a couple of cameras. Dan, I'm going to ping or really quickly in the chat, just because we might see something here, guys. This camera that we're looking at is right where that tornadic circulation is about to move over top. This is, if I show you guys where this is, so we talked about the town of, gosh, actually, never mind. Guys, I completely misread the map. That's actually in Charleston. I'm sorry. Edisto Beach is where the tornadic circulation is going to move on shore here. So never mind. We do not have a camera near where that tornadic circulation is. That's a shame. Got a little excited there. But here's your tornadic circulation. Guys, that definitely could be a tornado. We could be looking at it's still a water spout if it's over the water, but it's coming on shore right now as we speak near Edisto Beach. So we also have Edisto Island as well. So we've got a possible tornado coming on shore. Try the beach cameras. We got Dustin checking in with the chat as well. Thank you for joining, Dustin. So this is all, once again, spawned from Debby. We've got a really strong band of one of the outer bands of Debby that's moving on shore here. This is where you're going to have significant rain and where you're going to have your rotation closer to the center of Debby, which is all the way down in Jacksonville. Just to the north of Jacksonville is where the center is. You won't have as much of a tornadic threat, but the winds will be a little bit stronger here. Down here near Kings Island and Brunswick. So there we've got storm surge warnings down there. We've got tropical storm warnings down there. This thing is still looking pretty ragged, Dr. Hobgood. I think dry air has kind of won the day with this particular storm, thankfully.
Yeah, it's clearly been spinning down ever since it's moved inland. Looking at the surface map and the winds, it still has a well-defined low-level circulation. but the dry air has really shut down the rain west of the center.
Yeah. Which is good, right? I think it's good news for everyone that is in some of these areas, because we've got some cameras in Valdosta, we've got some cameras in Columbia, and those folks are happy that the west side of this thing isn't in the rain anymore, and Valdosta actually looks like it's just kind of clearing out, which is good news for those that are there, because you guys have been seeing rain all day, all night last night, and all day today. You guys have been seeing some pretty strong rain. So those are our train cams that we got up right now. But checking back in with our tornado warning here near Modesto Beach, looks like this rotation was weakened a little bit as it came on shore. We very well still could have a tornado with this particular storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We got new severe thunderstorm warning issued as well. Let's just go. I just want to go back and check back one more time with this tornado warning up here in Minnesota. Or sorry, this is now in Iowa. I tell you what, there is a ton of CG lightning with this thing. These are strong storms. Still got a radar indicated tornado warning here. I think they're probably going to extend this. We will see. That rotation still looks. I mean, this is higher up in the atmosphere, because we're a little bit further away from the radar, but still pretty well-defined rotation there on these particular storms. The tornado warning in Iowa or in New York, or sorry, Wisconsin, completely gone. There's no more tornado warning in Wisconsin. That has been dropped, and those storms are gone. I mean, they're gone. They're poof. Look at that, gone. Wow. It's collapsing in itself in a dying star. So those storms are gone. Further to the south, the storms that we were hoping Dr. Hobgood would make their way to Columbus, they're gone as well. So we're not going to get anything in Columbus tonight, unfortunately. I guess that's typical, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a chance tomorrow.
Yeah. But let's be real. When so you're saying there's a chance, but it's Ohio, it's Columbus, so I feel like we always get split, or there always are tornadoes that form like in Western Ohio. Although this year probably a little bit different, but we've had a lot of tornadoes form in Western Ohio, and then they just, as soon as they get to Columbus, they either go north or go south, or they die.
Hey Brady, you know what I learned last night? Listen to the doctor.
The doctor is in, baby. Gotta listen to him. But the 70 or the I-70 split with winter storms is the thing now. I'm convinced that's the thing at this point. All right, so let's check back in on our tornado warnings down here in Modesto Beach. So we also have a question from Brandon Siegler as well, who Brandon asked, could central South Carolina see a tornado tonight? Dr. Hobgood, do you want to take that? I'm setting you up here.
I think it's unlikely, just because Debbie's moving so slowly. I don't think any of the bands that have produced the rotation so far are going to get that far north tonight. Later this week, when Debbie starts moving back towards South Carolina, it might be a different story.
Yeah, agreed. And here's the day, or here's the tornado outlook today. So you can see they're right along the coastline, like Dr. Hobgood had said, right along the coastline, and then Charleston, Hilton Head, even Myrtle Beach are right on the edge of that 5%, and then you've got a 2% that goes almost to Columbia. But I know we had folks in Aiken, South Carolina. You aren't in. I mean, that's not saying you're not going to get a tornado, but you're very unlikely to get a tornado in Aiken, Columbia, Florence tonight. So I think the biggest risk is going to be on the coast. And to Dr. Hobgood's point, I would be very surprised if we saw any tornadoes well inland into South Carolina. Greenville, Spartansburg, Rock Hill also. I mean, you guys might not even get, you guys might get some light rain or some very, 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 like associated in the same world as Debby, but you're not going to feel the same effects as the people on the eastern coast of, or the southern coast of South Carolina are. So hopefully that helps. Nikki's back. Nikki, we were all wondering, Dan, we had noticed Dr. Hobgood, Leroy likes Dr. Hobgood, but doesn't like Dan. So I don't know.
Maybe I'm just
shed some light on that, Nikki.
Maybe I'm misunderstood.
Maybe Leroy sees you as a threat, Agent Dan. I think that's probably what it is. Nikki, by the way, great guys. Let's give a huge shout out to Nikki. Nikki went and chased a observed tornado warned storm and got some great photos from it. So thank you, Nikki, for doing that. Nikki was putting her body on the line for the stream, and I love that. So thank you, Nikki, for doing that. That was awesome. All right, I'm checking out some more traffic cameras here to see if we can see anything else. But guys, we still have a rotation here. We still have a decent, little embedded rotation in this supercell. We could have a tornado here just to the east of Seabrook. It looks like it's probably going to be a weak one, but we definitely could have something here right near Big Bay Creek. I actually think that's a body of water. Is that? I can't tell. Actually, hold on. I think that's probably a road, so never mind. That's not a body of water. It's really hard to tell, guys, where the land here is and where the water is. Because I know there's a lot of channels and like, for example, here it looks like there's a bay here somewhere where these warnings are going around. So anyway, guys, right now, as we speak, we have only 2 tornado warnings in the entire country. One is for this cell up here in Iowa and Minnesota. This cell is now moved fully into Iowa. And then we have a second tornado warning, a Debby spawn tornado warning down here near Modesto Beach in South Carolina. This is north of Beaufort. And I tell you what, we've got a couple embedded rotations right off the coast that are about to push on shore here near Modesto Beach. While we're watching these things too, while we're watching this pretty unbelievable tropical system kind of unfold in front of our eyes, Dr. Hobgood, what was the last time
the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning?
Where is that at?
Tornado warning for southeastern Mower County in southeastern Minnesota, southwestern Fillmore County in southeastern Minnesota.
Of course. So that's a new tornado warning that I was thinking we were done with those storms, but those storms were not done with us.
Looks like it's near Leroy.
Leroy?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
There's a town called Leroy nearby.
Really?
Yeah. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, no. Let's check out that new warning that we just got.
And if everyone in the chat could give, a lot of love to Dr. Hobgood. I mean, he has been amazing tonight, has he not?
He's... Dr. Hobgood makes you want to do the, are you not entertained? Guys, I mean, this is an unbelievable honor to have someone like Dr. Hobgood on our stream. So give him a lot of love in the chat. He is taking time out of his schedule here to come check out this hurricane with us, and also this apparent tornadic outbreak in Minnesota and Iowa, which we did not expect by any means, by any stretch of the means here. But give a lot of love to Dr. Hobgood in the chat. We got Drew saying Buckeyes are the best. Drew, did you go to Ohio State too? If so, were you in the meteorology program, Drew?
Yeah, I mean, look at this teeter-totter. You've got tropical on one side and convective on the other.
It's pretty ridiculous. And they just dropped the other tornado warning. So now sorry, wait, they dropped it and then put it back? They're probably gonna drop it. But this is a new tornado warning, and this is near Leroy. And Ostrander, Forestville. You've got dangerous storm here near Leroy. Nikki, I wonder if you could get up here. Nikki, get Leroy right next to the camera here. And get him right next to get him looking at the town of Leroy. I think that would be a good shot. I think Leroy next to the town. See if he looks at it and connects with it.
Does he connect with Leroy? Does he stare me down?
That's a great question. We need to get that screenshot though. And Drew said he was a poli-sci student. Dr. Hobgood, wasn't the meteorology building, wasn't that Derby Hall? Weren't we in the same building as poli-sci, I thought?
I thought that's right. Yeah, Derby political science had the second and third floor, and communications was on the fourth floor.
Yeah. Of course, we got the basement. Right?
Well, and the first floor.
Oh, yes, we did get the first floor. I was always like, man, can't we just switch with the poli-sci people, because they don't need to see outside, right? I mean, they're looking at politics. Politics all happens inside buildings. You know, you don't look at the sky for politics. You look at the sky for weather. I was always trying to get us to switch with the poli-sci people. Although we did have a nice little enclave downstairs, but so Andrew or Drew, you were actually in the same building I was probably in with classes with Dr. Hobgood, because the Derby Hall was, I think, where a lot of the poli-sci students were as well, which is pretty cool. So, Nikki, tell me when I can move off this screen. She's getting Leroy down here. But guys, what we're looking at right now is a tornado warning here in southern. I guess actually, I don't want to zoom out, because then if she's taking the photo. This is in southern Minnesota here, right near the state line. This is that same complex of storms that we've had tornado warnings all night long here, and it's just continued to produce here. And these storms won't quit. That is for sure. All right, Nikki, tell me when I'm good to go. She's probably got to go get Leroy from his cage. Guys, how's everyone else doing in the chat, guys? You having a great? I know we got a lot of people here that were from Vince's stream today. Vince was chasing all day and had some car problems, and you guys are awesome for sticking around, for watching his stream, now watching my stream. So glad to have you guys here. How are you? What's the mood? What's the vibe tonight? How's everyone doing in the chat? Let me know how things are going. Feel free to use emotes to convey your feelings. Oh, Drew, we got Meow Mom's lurking. We got Farmer's Wife checking in. Drew said that would require me to actually go to class. Wow. Dan, can you take this one? Go ahead, Dan. My 6-year-old wants me to say hi, that you're the best storm chaser. You can say hi, Connor.
Hi, Connor. So he must be talking about StormCat5 being the best chaser.
No shot. I'm not the best chaser. I'm definitely not.
But
I feel like
Connor,
Dr. Hobb...
Thanks for watching.
Connor, thank you for watching, brother. I am so happy that you are here. And I cannot wait. It sounds like we have a weather nerd in the making, Connor. Go find a good meteorology school, and maybe we can even, maybe I'm not going to be a professor someday. Let's be real. I'm not smart enough as Dr. Hobgood. So I think that the whole vibe here is like Dr. Hobgood's like the smart, reasonable one. Dan's like the storm chaser / boots on the ground, and I'm like I'm kind of the hype man. So That's the vibe we got going on right now, and I love it. It's a great vibe. Dr. Hobgood keeps us steered on course. He keeps us logical. He keeps us rooted in fact. Dan keeps us entertained. Dan keeps us also rooted with the cameras and with the warnings. He's all about the facts, the information, and then I'm here to just yell at you guys, right? That's what I'm doing. Did you get the picture? Nikki? Oh,
why does she say poor Dan?
I think that means that. Oh no! I think that means that we've got a problem.
Is it going to be? Are we ready to rumble?
Oh no! No shot! Not again! Hold on! Not again! How do I make this bigger? What is going on? A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Wait. Can I make this bigger? Sorry. Dude, no way. He's focusing on Dan again. What is going on? That is insane. He is locked. Leroy is locked into Dan again. I tell you what, Dan, if we ever are in southern Wisconsin and we go over and visit Nikki and Vince, you can't go in their house because Leroy's gonna kill you.
So the only other thing to try is put me in a different position, put someone else in the lower right position, and see if he follows.
All right, let's see.
Oh.
Go ahead, Nikki. See if he attacks me now. I thought he's gonna go for Dan. We'll have to figure that out. That is look at him kind of in the other image that I have too. He was mean mugging you, dude. That is insane. Dan, there's something about it, man. He's going. I'm checking the DMs. I got it, Nikki.
Okay. Well, we can try this another time.
Okay.
Don't know that I like to be on the big screen.
Dan, I wanted to put you on the big screen because I actually wanted to see if he gravitates towards you. But guys, this was the first one. He's totally mean mugging Dan. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry guys. We just had to take a quick break here from the weather to just see if we did the Leroy Dan test. So that's the second time that Leroy is staring Dan down. We even had a town called Leroy here, and Leroy didn't take the bait. He instead just said, "You know what? I'm going right for Dan." This is our latest rotation that we have. I agree. We need to have Leroy versus Dan in WrestleMania. I don't know how Leroy would fare. I'm going to be honest, Dan.
Yeah, and I think we're about to lose Dr. Hobgood here in just a few minutes.
Oh gosh, Dr. Hobgood. Well, let's I really appreciate you hopping on, Dr. Hobgood. Let's just quickly go back to the tropical storm. I've done that way too many times, and let's give a quick where I guess in your mind, what are the biggest things or biggest stories for this storm, and what are you most concerned about for the next, I guess, 24, 48 to 72 hours for the coast of Georgia and South Carolina?
Well, my biggest concern is that Debby, the center of Debby, moves offshore a little faster than is forecast, and then sits over water longer than is forecast. And that would give it more time to push rain towards the coast, and that would make the rainfall totals higher. So that's the thing that worries me. I mean, I don't want to wish anything bad for anybody, but the rainfall would have been less if Debby would have kept moving northeast and the center would have stayed over land. And clearly, looking at the radar and the satellite tonight, that doesn't look like it's happening. So, the longer the center of Debby stays over land, the better it would be. So the thing is, I'm just going to be watching to see how quickly it moves offshore. They've tentatively scheduled recon flights for tomorrow evening if Debby is back out over the water. So, it will be interesting to see what they find.
Yeah. And do you think it's out of the question or I guess not possible that this thing could, if it does, I mean, which it is starting, I mean, it's very clearly moving to the east, and it just took actually a little bit of a jog north there in the latest frame. But once this thing, I think it's a pretty solid certainty that this thing is going to move over water, right? Once it does, it's going to start to possibly slightly strengthen. Could we be looking, is it out of the question that this thing could form into a hurricane again?
I think that's a really low probability. But I've watched too many tropical systems over the years. I don't want to rule it out. People who know me and have seen my forecast and so on, I really hate to give a probability of 0% of any event. That just seems like it's asking for trouble. So I think it's really unlikely that Debby would strengthen back to a hurricane. But if it were to move a little farther east over the water, spend an extra 12 hours over the water, a little more of the storm gets over the Gulf Stream, I don't want to rule it out entirely. I don't think it's likely, but it's not totally impossible either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it to your point, right? The water is extremely warm, and the longer this thing sits over warm water, the longer the more runway it has to be able to strengthen. Now, like you had said, this system's very ragged. The western side is almost completely gone. So there's a lot of things have to happen. A lot of there's probably 10 to 20 or 30. I don't want to say like how many things require to happen to be able to, for this to form a hurricane, but all of those boxes have to be checked. For this, it's not just the warm water. There's a lot of other factors that contribute to hurricanes forming. And so, to your point, I like what you said, where the chance is non-zero. So we don't want to rule anything out. This thing could absolutely become a low-end hurricane over the coming days. But regardless of if it does or doesn't, the impacts are going to be relatively the same and could be catastrophic.
Certainly the flooding could be catastrophic. I mean, no drainage system's designed to handle 20 to 30 inches of rain. I mean, if someplace got that much rainfall, you would have catastrophic flooding. Another thing I want to say about the structure of Debby is, you look at the radar and it looks like the west side is not well organized. But actually the circulation of the west side is still pretty good. It's just that the rain is dissipating as it rotates into the drier air there. But I mean, it's still a pretty symmetrical storm as far as the winds go. Now, obviously, they're weaker over land and stronger over the water. And the strongest winds are there pretty much east of Brunswick, in that band there. And then the other band that's coming into South Carolina tonight. So, you look at this and you think, well, there's not much left. Well, there's more left than the radar would show you tonight.
Yeah, that guys, this is why Dr. Hobgood is this is why he's an expert, because everyone, I mean, even I made that mistake of looking on the radar and thinking, oh, the west side, it clearly isn't as strong as the east side. And what Dr. Hobgood was saying is there's way more rain on the east side. But if we zoom in and look at this, it's very clearly still a very organized rotation here with a right in here is where you have your quote unquote eye. I don't even know if I'd call it an eye at this particular point. It's the center of circulation, but it's well defined and it's relatively, it's relatively tight in there if you look at these winds wrapping around. And so That's a really good call there from Dr. Hobgood. Is there anything else in terms of the people? If there's anyone on this stream that's watching that is on or near the coast of Georgia or South Carolina, is there anything in your mind that they should be? And it might even be too late to be doing something, but is there anything in your mind that they should be looking out for in terms of this system of heating or evacuation warnings or things like that?
Well, I think that's the key thing, right? I mean, right now the storm surge is predicted to be 1 to 3 feet, maybe 2 to 4 feet in some locations. But if Debbie were to get a little stronger, if the surge forecast were to increase, and evacuation orders were to be issued. So I think the most important thing, and this is always true with any weather system, is for people along the coast to have trusted sources of weather information. And if they get an evacuation order, or if people, give them a heads up, be alert, things could change, just have and probably it's best to have more than one trusted source, so that, if the situation changes, you're aware of what's happening.
Yeah, completely agree. Make sure, those trusted sources could be, or I guess trusted devices could be a smartphone, that could be a weather radio. Especially in this part of the country, we're going to be talking about a lot of power outages the next couple of days. So that's another huge thing that you pointed out, is you got to make sure you have multiple ways to get these warnings. Because I got news for you. If your phone runs out of battery, and then all of a sudden you get an evacuation order, if you don't have a secondary way to get alerts, right, then how are you going to know to evacuate, right? I would have thought. And guys, there's a chance too that the evacuation orders, even if you're not along the coast, if one of these bands sets up in your town and all of a sudden we've got 20, 30, 30 inches of rain falling, they might issue an evacuation order post, the system, because a lot of, they probably have issued a lot of the evacuation orders already along the coast for any areas that they know are going to be a problem. But, that doesn't necessarily count for a lot of the flooding rain, the flash flooding emergencies that can happen. And you're not going to be able, if you lose power, and then all of a sudden they issue a flash flood emergency for your area, that's a very significant thing that you're going to want to know about. And you need to have multiple ways to get warnings. That's why you should always have a weather radio and other tools like that you can use in these kind of situations. Good call, Dr. Hobgood. Good call, my friend. It has been an honor to have you as part of the coverage. Between yesterday and today, you've accumulated almost 8 hours live on stream. And I tell you what, you're a pro. You are a pro. I guys, a lot of the questions that I'm asking Dr. Hobgood, these are not scripted questions. These are literally me coming up with them and asking him on the spot. So he has been able to field every single question last night, tonight, just like his Hurricanes versus Supermodels. He has been 100%. And that is our record here on Outbreak. Dan, you get a lot of questions right. Sometimes you get a question or two wrong. Dr. Hobgood.
The National Weather Service has issued,
of course, right as I'm talking,
warning.
we get another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
right,
northern Howard County in northeastern Iowa.
But it has been a true honor to have you on, Dr. Hobgood. And every time we do this coverage, you are welcome back. And thank you. Someone in the chat put it best. Thank you for dealing with the silliness of this chat, this group. We like to keep it lighthearted from time to time. So thank you for dealing with that and being a pro as always. And have a wonderful night.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, Brady. It's been a real pleasure working with you and Dan again tonight. Good luck with your rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Doctor.
Peace out, Dr. Hobgood. All right, guys. Now you're stuck with Dan and I now. You're stuck with Dan and I. And got news for you. we got a lot to talk about. And Dan, I think here's what I'm going to do. I gotta go. You do another bio break here. So we're gonna have a nice Dan joke that we're gonna play.
Well, right, this is gonna be me speaking to Leroy.
Oh, here, Dan. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real quick, and you can talk about this. I think this is our new tornado warning, I believe, that was issued up here,
Howard County, Iowa.
So maybe you can. Yeah, this is that same Leroy storm that now is no longer Leroy. So maybe you could talk the folks through this and tell them what you're seeing here.
Yeah. So it looks like, tornado warning for northern Howard County in northeastern Iowa until 9:30 Central. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Lime Springs, 14 miles northwest of Cresco, moving east at 40. That is radar indicated, and it's got some wind definitely associated with that. NWS meteorologists are concerned about it, prompting the warning. So definitely, take shelter if you're in that portion of Iowa for sure. So, and it was a great. Let's see, Carly, whether can we look at Crystal Beach? Okay. Let's see. I don't have control of Brady's radar, but we'll take a look at the that portion of South Carolina. That is still an observed warning. Immediate risk for okay. So as of just a few minutes ago, it says the immediate risk for tornadoes has ended. So, and that warning has been canceled. But
did I hear PDS warning? Did I hear PDS warning?
A PDS tornado warning is in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Was that a PDS warning, Dan?
No.
Crap! All right, guys, that's not a PDS. False alarm.
Issued a new tornado warning.
False alarm. Not a PDS warning. I'm so sorry.
Hang on. There is is this a new reported warning? I'm not sure. Hang on. Nope.
Crap.
It's not. So no, guys, they had canceled the warning.
I thought I heard issued PDS, so I sprinted back.
Hang on. My thing's updating.
Guys, that's not a PDS. That was not a PDS tornado warning. That was a mistake. That was a mishit button on the stream deck. There's not a PDS warning, guys. If there would be a PDS warning, that is the animation that would play.
That's what it would sound like.
That is what it would sound like. And unbelievable. Another tornado warning here. And this one does include Bluffton.
Do you want to reach out to your friend?
Yeah, I should tell her right now.
Yeah.
That's a good call. I am going to quickly, because we actually have a couple possible tornadic circulations here. One here. And I'm just going to quickly call her and just tell her to take shelter. Wait, where did Dan go? Oh, there's Dan. Okay. So Dan, I'm just going to go on mute for just a second, and we can talk about these new tornado warnings that we got.
So Brady's been doing a great job tonight. Let's spam some StormCat5 _ emojis out there, please.
Spam Agent Dan. Oh, there's a Spam Agent Dan. All right, I got to call
StormCat5. He's on the phone, so I got to. Huge CG, that's correct. So let's see here. So we'd still have a tornadic risk for the looks like the Folly Field area and the Hilton Head areas of South Carolina.
All right, I just talked to my friend. She's going to turn on the stream here, so we're just going to stay. We're going to stay with this tornado warning for a little bit here as we focus on it, guys. If there would be a tornado, that would be right in here. So let's take a look at the reflectivity here. This does not really tell the full story here with the reflectivity, although there's a little bit of see that little circle there. I don't really like that. But let's take a look at velocity. If there is a tornado, it would be right here. It would have just come on shore near Hilton Head Island and Palmetto Dunes. Bluffton is off to the north and west. So if there would be a tornado, it would be moving right over top of, or right to the west of Hilton Head Plantation. So I think the good news is I'm not seeing, this doesn't look like an incredibly strong signature, but there definitely could be with these tropical systems. It doesn't really take much, and these are really strong winds. And Dan, I'm wondering if we can get a view, because I think there is traffic cameras around there. Let me take a look if I can find a traffic camera here. But if you are in Hilton Head, Hilton Head Plantation, Port Royal, and Bluffton, I would recommend taking shelter at this point, because you've got a possible tornado, and it would have probably moved past Port Royal now. So we've got a possible tornado here near Hilton Head Plantation. This thing, I believe, is moving almost due northwest. So my friend is here in Bluffton. So you're probably too close for comfort here. I might take shelter, Meg, in Bluffton, just to be safe here from this particular rotation that we have. Looking at the correlation coefficient, not really seeing any debris signature. So what we're looking for on this image is like a blue ball. I'm not seeing any blue balls here. I'm sorry. I'm not seeing any blue balls here, which is good. But yeah, definitely so Meg's in shelters. This is Meg McGuire, who was she was the individual who sent us that video, or was that live shot from with the gators and everything. She put on some rain boots and went outside. So I'm trying to keep her safe right now. So Meg's in shelter. That's great news. It looks like the rotation actually has moved off a little bit to your east. So I think this probably rotation is going to go to your guys east in Bluffton, but better be safe than sorry here, Meg, in Bluffton. So, and let me see if I can find a camera here in South Carolina near Bluffton, because we've got some really strong storms here, and it doesn't look like there is any. Which
I've got one from Woods Memorial Bridge, Highway 21.
Do you have it up? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the bridge. That is in Beaufort. Yeah. So that is actually just off to this is the camera we looked at earlier. That is just a pretty unbelievable shot of the particular storms. And this is the camera that we looked at earlier. This is just inside of that tornado warning here near Bluffton and Port Royal and Hilton Head Island. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So this is a storm that's capable of producing a tornado. This is not saying there's a tornado on the ground. This is the National Weather Service is saying that there is possibly a tornado. Here's where the rotation would be. And she said, see if you can find Cross Island Parkway. So let's see if I can find Cross Island Parkway. And sorry, guys, I'm concentrating on this. That's New York City. Nope. I'm just concentrating on this because I know there's someone in the chat. Cross Island Parkway. Hilton Head Island. Wait.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a DOT camera there.
No, there's no. Highway 278. Yeah. The rotation, everyone is, and Meg, the rotation is here. So it's a little bit to the north and east of Highway 278. I will say this, in the latest frame, the rotation is weakened a little bit. So we still have a strong pocket of winds. Once again, guys, green is going towards the radar. Red is going away from the radar. So the radar site is up here in, where's that? Charlotte. Wait, no. Yeah, that's Charlotte. Yeah, I think. Or that's the Charlotte radar. So that means the winds are going this way. And then you've got some really weak winds going the opposite way. But that signal is actually decreased in the last frame. So looks like if there was a tornado with this thing, it may have lifted here in Bluffton. Sorry, Meg, I didn't mean to freak you out. I know you are in the tornado, or you're right on the edge of the tornado warning, and these things can spawn really quickly and also retract really quickly as well. So the good news is you're about to be out of the rain here once again. Yeah, Connor, I think what I was trying to say is it looks like the tornado may not be it may be well, I don't actually think it was ever on the ground, but the rotation is getting weaker. So that just means our probability of getting a tornado is weaker. And oh shoot, Dan, it looks like our camera went out. That's finally. That's really disheartening because that was a beautiful camera. We had a camera in Beaufort that we were looking at to be able to see the out there.
Maybe they'll replace it with like a new one. Oh.
Yeah, you know what? Can we call? Let's all get on the phone with the SDOT and tell them to replace that camera down there. I'm sure they'll love to hear that.
But yeah, I mean, Megan was saying you're the best.
Thank you, Meg. Meg actually just ran into my brother down in Florida, or not Florida, in South Carolina, and took some pretty awesome pictures of my nephew. So Meg is the best as well. She's a fantastic photographer. All right, so that's the only tornado warning right now that we have. In respect to Debbie, we've got another tornado warning here, but every frame that rotation is getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. So that just means I think if there was a tornado, it probably has lifted. And Bluffton, I still for our folks in Bluffton, Hilton Head, I would still be in shelter just to be safe. But these storms are going to be are almost past you guys and going to pass pretty quickly. And once they do, it looks like you'll be out of the rain for a little bit there. So that's nice. Cat Chases said, one thing I'm happy right now is I have some good tunes in the truck again. Oh, gosh. Confused Nugget says I may have to go shopping for more root beer tomorrow since the 3 cases I bought a week ago are empty. Oh, yeah, Drew, you got to subscribe twice for sure. You had 3 cases of root beer and now they're empty. Do you like root beer floats? Dan, what do you think about root beer floats? What are you a root beer float guy?
I've had 1 or 2, but it's not my go-to.
Uh-oh, there goes my headphones.
Uh-oh. But if you're ever in the Tulsa, Oklahoma area, check out Weber's Root Beer. And I guess they've even got one in New Jersey. Back to Brady in the studio.
Wait a second. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. I can hear you.
That's a beautiful thing.
That is a beautiful thing here. Wow. Okay. I usually have to restart my setup, but Meg, I think you're probably pretty good from that tornado warning. So people on stream know that when I start to make jokes, that's when I start to be like, okay, the situation isn't as serious as it was. Because if it is a serious situation, guys, you'll see me completely stone-faced serious, letting people know what's going on. If your rotation is really strong, let's say the tornado on the ground, I like to be serious. If for example, I look at all the things, I look at the different rotations that we have, I look at the different warnings we have. If they're not as serious, I will, that's when I'll get a little jokey. So that's good thing to know about me is when my mood changes, that's when you know that things are getting really serious or things aren't getting as serious. So
like a whale of a mood.
Yeah, this is a whale of a mood, and this is a whale of a storm here up in do you like that little transition there, Dan? Up here in Iowa. This is that Leroy storm that just does not want to quit. Up here near Leroy, where I tell you what, Leroy, I feel like Leroy's energy of watching the stream is fueling this particular storm here because we still have a fairly strong rotation here. It's actually back in the hook. We've got a couple areas of rotation, and I'm wondering if the radar is a little delayed or if that rotation is actually inside of the, because I mean your areas of strong rotation are here, but then your hook is all the way down here, right? So, but guys, definite whale structure here. We definitely have a whale, a big whale here. I need to play some sort of sound effect when I have these. This is a big old whale alert. So a little bit of a supercell here in Lime Springs and Chester and Cresco, where we have a potential tornado here. But I will say it's looking pretty ragged right now from the storm. If there would be a tornado, it actually would be back in here. You could be, have another one down here, but I think just looking at the rotation, that would be the most likely would be up actually in the storm, well wrapped in rain.
Yeah, I've got a split on my velocity for my reflectivity. So it looks like velocity has not updated as frequently.
Yeah, that's so it's probably a little bit lagging behind here, but yeah. Still, this tornado warning actually only goes for another 3 minutes, so it looks like they're probably going to let this thing expire unless we see this tighten up a little bit. So, Connor asked, "Is there going to be a tornado in Ohio?" Because he really likes tornadoes. Connor, there's not going to be I can almost confidently say there's not going to be a tornado in Ohio tonight. There's a little storm up here near Van Wert. That's probably producing a pretty good lightning show for folks over there, but I don't think we're going to have a tornado tonight here in Ohio. We still have a tornado warning here near Hilton Head. It's still active in Bluffton. The rotation that prompted the warning has significantly weakened. So it looks like the tornado, if there was one, has lifted. And now it's just some straight line winds with this band as it's pushed on shore. And guys, I tell you what, you can very clearly see this other storm. This is rotating. You can clearly see that in motion. Check that puppy. You can almost see it rotating like a top, right? Look at this, right in there. Little rotation right in there. Those are definitely rotating. So all these little cells are for sure rotating. So you're gonna probably have a couple more. Your next tornado warning with these storms is probably going to be up here in Charleston if you get one. I'm not saying you're going to get one, but the feeder band is now moving to the north a little bit, starting to slide towards Charleston. So Charleston, you're up next for these feeder bands. Hilton Head, you're probably getting a little bit of a break here as we go throughout the afternoon. Anyways, he's Confused Nugget is going to get him a Mountain Dew Code Red. Guys, is anyone in the chat Code Red, people? Dan, have you ever had a Code Red before?
I may have had one when it first came out, but I haven't had a Mountain Dew in years.
Wow. I'm the same way.
I just know it's got a lot of salt in it, so.
Wait, it does?
Yeah, it's high on sodium.
Wow. Oh, are you watching your sodium?
I'm apparently watching a lot of things.
Dan, I'm the same way, brother. I watch my sodium too. I've got some great recipes for you.
We'll have to exchange recipes.
We will. Although I'm gonna be honest, I order delivery a lot because I stream when I do these streams, and there is not a lot of great options. Guys, check out this quality camera here. This is a beautiful traffic camera. Look at that. Wow. What a beautiful shot there from the SC dot. Gorgeous shot there.
The SCDOT.
It's unfortunate, Dan. I feel like all the traffic cameras else than that one. Oh, wait, this one's even better, guys. Check this one out. Whoa. I mean, guys, that's crystal clear. That image is crystal clear. You can tell exactly what's going on. I can't tell if that's a traffic camera or if that's like a piece of art.
Well, it looks a lot like a Picasso.
It does look like a Picasso here, guys. Yeah, so this is me looking around trying to find traffic cameras and having a little bit of trouble here with the Tropical Storm is not cooperating with me. Wow.
The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Howard County in northeastern Iowa, northern Winneshiek County in northeastern Iowa.
You could hear that, right, Dan?
Yeah, and funny enough, I've got it going on my computer as well, so it's like a whole lot happening in my ears.
That's awesome. Yeah, for some reason that warning played through my TV, and I don't know why it did that.
Yeah, looks like Iowa is under the gun again.
It does. I tell you what, Iowa just keeps getting those warnings. Someone asked earlier about the blue being surge versus tropical storm. The blue is actually, weirdly enough, blue on most graphics it means storm surge, means tropical storm. In this case, the color scale on Radar Omega is blue equals storm surge. Yellow is tropical storm. So we've got our storm surge warnings as well. Everywhere you see a tropical storm warning, you're going to see a storm surge warning. So
yeah, I think future storm chaser Connor had that first question.
Oh, cool, Connor, great question. Here's our camera that we love to look at here. In South Carolina, things have calmed down a little bit on this along this bridge, so it's good news for now. This is on the Memorial Bridge here. It looks like things are starting to calm down for Hilton Head, which is a good sign because there's a lot of people that go to Hilton Head for vacation. Guys, once again, I know we've got a lot of people that are joining that have joined before. If you're joining for the first time, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. That helps us out tremendously. Like the video, smash that like button. And I mean smash. I want you to take your mouse. You guys see this mouse. And I literally want you to smash it. Don't actually smash it to pieces. But take the little clicker here and click and hover over the subscribe button. And then I'm going to turn this off. And then just check this out and just mash that button. Mash that subscribe button. Just mash it as hard as you can. Go like this. Go like this on it. And make sure it's also, sorry, that got a little hype there.
But the National Weather Service has issued
Brady just made a tornado warning happen.
I did. And it's gone. Apparently there's no counties in that tornado warning. It's just for nothing. But make sure you mash that subscribe button. If you hit it a couple times, it'll actually unsubscribe. So make sure you mash the subscribe, not the unsubscribe. And go ahead and like this video if you do like what you're seeing, because this helps us out tremendously. This helps us get in the algorithm. This also helps us be able to do future shows like this. So thank you once again for joining, and thank you for liking and subscribing. Everyone in here too, guys, thank you for the catacane. If you guys were watching Vince's stream, Vince had a rough day today. He really did. Storm Chaser Vince Walty he could not get any breaks today with his car and with the chase and everything. But in the middle of the stream, we started a Cat5 catacane where you beautiful people started donating to him, and we got a ton of donations. So thank you guys for donating to Vince during that Cat5 catacane. I think we helped make his day just a little bit better, and that was my goal: is to really help Vince just feel a little bit better from the day, because it is a sucky when nothing is going right. It is a really sucky feeling, and sometimes there's nothing you can do, and the universe is just not cooperating with you, and that was unfortunately what was happening with Vince today. But you guys were awesome in supporting him, so thank you again, guys, for doing that.
We should send him an edible arrangement, or like
we should
treats or something.
We should. I did play him Happy Birthday on my recorder, so that was pretty fun. And guys, right on cue, just like I had said, the new tornado warning that we just got is for and earlier Carly posted in the chat that there was 2 confirmed tornadoes in Edisto Beach. So that's a preliminary report there. But that was that rotation that we saw earlier that I said there very likely could be a tornado with that, and it looks like we may have had confirmation of that. Edisto Beach is now under another tornado warning, and it's for these 2 circulations up here. Definitely not the strongest circulations that we've seen, but definitely could be dropping a tornado. Both of these things. Actually, hold on. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say these things could be dropping in a tornado. These are, they could be, but just looking at the velocity, I'm not seeing any super concerning signs. Right here in Ashipu Sighting. Tell me that's like a company or something that named that town. Ashipu Sighting.
Folks, Brady will be here all week.
Great. Doesn't it sound like a company? Like, get your sighting from Ashipu. We're the best in the business, except we're not, because we just put poo on your side. I don't know, man. Some of these town names are just brutal. Some of these town names are just absolutely brutal. But take these seriously, guys. We've already had some unconfirmed tornado reports from these storms. So any tornado warning you get tonight, take it seriously. I don't think we actually have anyone in the chat that lives in Ashipu. If you are in Ashipu watching the stream, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to insult your town. But it's a fairly funny name. VRP Weather is talking about the center coming off. And VRP Weather, welcome to the stream. Center coming off much earlier than expected. Yeah, that was one thing I actually wanted to bring to Dr. Hopgood's attention. I will say this: the center is still on. Still inland, right? It's got about 50 miles to go, and that's if it goes due east. Which just in the latest frame, it actually started to push a little bit to the north. So if it does go due east, which I don't think it's going to, I think it's probably going to take like this path. If it does take this path, it's still, the center still actually has about 60 miles to go to get over the water. And the last time we had looked at this thing, it was moving at about 6 miles an hour. So if that were going to be the case, that would take about 60. Look at that. I did the math. We didn't even need Professor Hobgood. Wow. But it was about 60 miles or sorry, about 10 hours that it would take this storm to get to the coast, which would take us to about, what, Dan? 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now that is sooner than expected. The National Hurricane Center was calling for it to be about 2 or 3 p.m. tomorrow was when it made its way into the Atlantic Ocean. So this thing could be maybe moving over top of the water a little bit quicker than expected. But guys, it's still crawling. This thing is still crawling at about 6 miles an hour. I mean, most people can walk faster than that. So thank you, VRP Weather, for joining. Make sure you like and subscribe to the video if you do like what you're seeing. Thank you for checking us out tonight. We have had a good time here with Dr. Hobgood, and now with Dan and me.
Speaking of like walking faster than 6 miles an hour, I think we could probably wobble faster.
Hold on. Are you talking about the wobble or waddle?
The wobble.
Like the wobble baby, like that?
Something like that.
Get in there. Yeah, yeah, get in there. Yeah, yeah. I think that's how that song goes. Wobble baby, wobble. Guys in the chat, do you guys know what the waddle is? Wobble? That's like one of the most popular dance at weddings now. So that's basically the only time you ever hear that song now is at weddings. Is it just me, or do weddings just like destroy songs? I'm trying to find a camera here near Kings Island.
Good luck.
Oh yeah, you're right. These are bad. See, Dan's on it, guys. Dan's already all these cameras I'm looking at. He's already been through all these. He's like, these suck. And he's right. They're terrible.
But if anyone can find, I was gonna say, if anyone can find one, it's you.
I don't know. And guys, and hold on, this camera's great. Check this one out. Truck stop here. We got a lot of truckers chalking in for the night, people. A lot of truckers are phoning it in, which that's smart. That's very smart here. It's the Nassau Welcome Center here in Florida. Truckers are staying off the roads. It's a good sign. People are heeding the warnings here, it looks like. I think the good news for Jacksonville, because I was trying to find some... wow, it's actually kind of cool. Oh, come on, load. That actually looks like a really cool video. Oh, actually, hold on. Not. It looks like within Jacksonville, we're starting to get towards the center of this thing. And so we had a lot of precipitation that fell here earlier. It's now things are starting to wind down. You can see in this picture the off to the, I believe this is off to the east. Looks like some darker or some thicker clouds over there. So I think we're starting to get the close to the eye here near Jacksonville as Tropical Storm Debby pushes off to the north and east. So that's great news here for folks in the Jacksonville area. Where I don't want to say the worst is behind us, but it might be. Let's just look at the radar just to clarify. Yeah, the Jacksonville and everyone to the north, Kings Island. You guys have been in the eye wall here for a long time, and the total amount of rain that we've got up here has been wow. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. This was where we had our flash flood emergency earlier, guys. Let's just zoom around and kind of see where the greatest total is. Right now, the bullseye of rain that I've seen, the highest totals that I've seen, close to, let's see, close, and this is radar indicated, guys, close to a foot almost a foot here, 11.75 inches. We have reported here in Lake City. That's a lot of rain. Guys, in the chat, you guys want to do something fun? You guys want to do the wave in the chat? Who wants to do the wave? We did this earlier in Vince's stream. I thought it was pretty fun. Logan's like, what? Here's what you're going to do, guys. In the chat, what I want you to do is find the wave emote. So if I look on, if I go back to the stream on my other device, there it is. There it is. So we're going to do the wave, guys. All right. So everyone get the wave emote, or you can do the wave too, but it's the wave, right? Whoa. All right, Dan, I'm going to start it and then I'm going to go to you. So I'm going to do the wave and then you're going to do the wave and then the chat's going to do the wave and then it's going to come back and we're going to have to do it again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Whoa. All right, chat, you go. The wave's on to you now. All right, it's going around. It's coming around. Oh, it's on Dave now. It's on Aureen. It's on Nikki. And Anita's now. Oh, it's going around. Logan's getting in on it. Oh, it's going behind us. Oh, now it's behind me now. It's behind me. It's over here. The wave's over here. Keep going, guys. Keep going. We got to make it go around a little further. Whoa. Uh-oh, Dan, it's coming back around. It's coming back around, Dan. Are you ready? Oh. Whoa, there you go, Dan. All right, it's going back around again. Keep going. One more time. Oh, it's going around again. One more time. Whoa, it's going this way, and it's coming back around, Dan. It's going really quick now. The chat's really spamming it. Well, ready? It's on here. Whoa. All right. Good work, chat. You can keep doing the wave while we cover it. Great work. Dan, I think that might have to be a staple.
Yeah. That's I feel like I've just exercised a little.
I know. As people just drop from the chat. That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Amy's dizzy.
Amy's very dizzy. Oh no, Anita got interrupted by an ad. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't control those. Crap. Anyway, guys, this is our bullseye of rain. So we've got about close to a foot here in Lake City. And then in towards Jacksonville, we got about 4 to 6 inches. It really looks like the eye wall sat over this part a lot. So we got a ton of rain here. A little bit less rain. And then Kings Island, we got about 6 inches here. So we got about 6 inches in Kings Island. Folkestone, we got about 5 inches. So we got a significant amount of rain in these parts. And I thought I actually had a camera in Folkestone. Oh no, the camera in Folkestone is out. That was why I don't have a view anymore. Then looking up the coast, I also want to show the rest of the rain that we got up here. I am curious to see how much rain that we got with some of these bands that have come through. Savannah, you're close to 6 inches, maybe 7 inches. Let me zoom in a little bit before so you can see that. You're almost at 7 inches. Yeah, okay, you're a little bit inland here. You're almost at 8 inches of rain. Guys, that is a significant amount of rain that we've received in a very, very short period of time. And that's why the totals here are several, 10 plus, maybe 10 to 16 inches. Even, the closer you get to the coast, the higher the totals may be. So we're starting to get into the bullseye of what was predicted of 20 to 30 even near Savannah, near Hilton Head Island, and north to Charleston. So this is day one. This is day one of a multi-day flooding event here off the coast or near the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, and we're seeing it come to life. We've already seen several inches of rain across, well inland. This is almost 40 to 50 to 60 miles inland, and we saw about 8 inches of rain here near Glenville, South Carolina. So that just goes to show you guys the flooding rainfall from this thing is actually going to extend well inland, and this is only the first day. Brandon says he's here in Aiken and could see 7 to 10 inches of rain. And Aiken right now, you guys have gotten very little, but your event, you're just getting started. You're in the first half inning right now in Aiken, right? You've got about 9 innings to go here in Aiken, South Carolina. So you got a lot of rain on the way. Mama G says she saw a graph that changed all the rain amounts into snow amounts. Yes, that would be absurd. So to give you guys an idea, a normal snow ratio is 10 to 1. Depends on, that ratio can go up or down depending on the environment. But if you take 10 to 1, so for every inch of rain, you get 10 inches of snow. If you're getting 10 inches of rain, you're getting 100 inches of snow. It's insane. If you're getting 12 inches of rain, you're getting 120 inches or 120 inches of snow. That's crazy. Nikki is not ready for the snow. That is true. Insp Sassy, guys, I love his name. Dan, do you want to try and pronounce this name? I always mispronounce Insp Sassy. Is that supposed to be like inspiration?
It could be, but I think you nailed it. Insp Sassy.
Insp Sassy. Love it. No rain in Ohio. Yep, that's right. We are definitely not getting any rain here.
Connor's looking for tornadoes.
Connor, I tell you what, man, I'm also in Ohio, brother, and we have had a record year in Ohio. We have had almost, I think, 66 or 67. Inspector. Okay, Inspector Sassy. Okay. See, that makes... Now I understand. Inspector Sassy here.
Inspector Sassy probably needs to meet Leroy.
I know, although they might fight if they meet. So, don't know how I feel about that.
Takes the heat off me.
We need to have Dan, Inspector Sassy, and Leroy all in a cage match. I think that'd be pretty hilarious. Although, Dan, we might need to tie your arms behind your back because it might be a little unfair. Dan, check this out. Could have a little tornado here near to the east of Kendallville, right in there.
Yeah.
That looks like a little baby one, but no debris signature, which is good. Really haven't had debris signatures all night. We've had a couple observed tornadoes, but no debris signatures. So I think most of these tornadoes have been brief up here, which is good. I tell you what, Dan, this would be fun to watch. If I'm in Chicago right now, I got a high-rise building watching these storms over top of Lake Michigan. Gosh, that'd be cool. Oh, what I've always wanted to literally have like a like a really high apartment and just be able to see storms in every direction. That would be great. Carly, I think Ohio is more than 63. I thought they for sure had more than 63. That could just be my guess though. I'm like, because the record was 62 and we had 63 like about a month ago, and I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, Drew, I think we're up to like 68. I'm like 97% sure we're more than 63. But regardless, we've broken the record here in Ohio for number of tornadoes. And guess what? I haven't seen one. Every time there's been a tornado outbreak, I've actually done Outbreak and been in my studio here. So.
But you were on the Midland tour emergency.
I was. We were, Dan. And we saw a couple spin-ups. We didn't see the big one. That's okay. That is okay. Oh, man. Well, guys, I think, do you guys want to do, we got Doug Drake checking in as well. Doug Drake is Statesboro, Georgia. He's at 3.8 inches. 12 to 18 was predicted. Looks like the storm is falling apart with dry air. How could it produce 20 to 30 now? Great question, Doug. Let's take a look at where Statesboro is. Also, guys, do you want me do you want us to do local on the meow, or should we just should we not do that tonight? That's the real question. If you want local on the meow, spam the email in the chat. If you don't, say no. So here's Statesboro. Doug, I think this storm is, even though it's it seems like it's falling apart from a moisture perspective. Dr. Hobgood brought up a really good point. The circulation is still pretty well defined at the center of this, right? Even though it's like a ragged outline, you can very clearly see the center of circulation here. The winds are still pretty tightly packed around this thing. And so while the rain and the dry air is kind of won out on the western side, this thing is still going to continue to spin and continue to spin all that moisture. Because what's happening here, guys, is there is obviously over water, there is an infinite amount of moisture, right? It's a body of water. So as these winds continue, because the winds are going to continue, this thing is not going to fall apart and lose its winds. It's going to keep those winds. The winds might weaken a little bit. They might strengthen a little bit. They're going to go back and forth several different times here. But as these winds push or go over the water, moisten up, and then go inland, you're going to have a continued flow of moisture and rain onto portions of South Carolina and Georgia. So regardless of the on the western side being not as moist, I don't think that's going to matter. We're still going to get significant rainfall of 10 to 20 inches, maybe more along the coast. And in Statesboro, you guys, we're at the very beginning of this thing, right? You guys, this is like the first or second inning for this particular storm. If you guys were to get in, if there would be some more bands that are going to form, because this thing's going to move off the coast, and then it's going to move off the coast and then kind of come back and move out, and it might be bouncing around, and so that just means you're going to have a steady flow of moisture with plenty of precipitation coming on shore. Now, if you're on the eastern side of it, you're probably going to get more rain than those on the western side. Yes, but Statesboro is probably going to be on the northern side for a lot of this thing, which means you may have a less significant rain per hour than you would in Charleston, where they're getting the bands, but you're going to have more consistent rain over a longer period of time, which is going to allow that to pile up and pile up. And if we look at how much rain has accumulated so far, you had said about 3.8 inches, which makes sense. The radar is saying anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 to close to 4 inches of rain. So, but we have a couple more days of this. So, you may not hit the 10 to 20, you may not hit the 20 to 30, but I still think, up to 10 inches is very possible. Oh, Dan's getting ready for the local on the meower. Shoot. All right, guys. Looks like we have to do it. Tell you what, we still have a tornado warning down here. Interesting. I didn't even see that one. Kiowa Island, of course. This is where I used to go vacation all the time growing up in Kiowa Island. So take shelter if you're there in Kiowa. I've got a possible tornado moving on shore. Oh, wait, hold on. Do you guys see this? Does it not look like a dino a little bit? I don't know. All right, guys. I think we're going to do local on the hour now, and then I'm going to wrap up here. It's been a fun stream. been a crazy stream, an informative stream. We've had traffic, we've had tornado warnings, we've had everything in between. Oh my gosh, someone just sent... We'll get to the animals at the end, guys. Someone just sent Inspector Sassy Pants. This is a giant iguana. That is crazy. All right, who's ready for the local in the meower here, guys? Start spamming in the chat. Start spamming in the chat what town you want to see. Let's get those towns flowing, guys. And thanks to everyone that became a member tonight. We had Sarah and Drew make donations earlier. Thank you guys so much. That was awesome. I got to try out my new huge donation animation there. So thank you guys for everything that you do. All right, keep putting those in the chat. Weather Nerd, I see yours. I see Aiken. I'll definitely do Aiken. And actually, put those in the chat. While we do this, I'm going to take a 10-second bio break so I can do this without losing my brain. While I'm gone, Dan's going to tell you a lovely weather pun/joke. Go, Dan.
He defaults to the joke, but what I think we're going to pivot to is eventually we're going to have a story time about little nuggies and Vince the Dinos. So tell me if that sounds interesting to you all. If you want, like kind of a storyline of Vince the Dino and the Nuggies and their ventures, or if we're gonna go to like jokes. Because I think we could develop a storyline of like Vince the Dino and the Nuggies. Okay, I think a few people are interested in the story, and this could be a kind of a multi-event story. We'll update it from time to time. Okay. Anita, yeah, I was thinking a book deal. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Did you just say book deal?
Well, we've been having a conversation while you were gone.
Are you gonna write a book, Dan?
You're gonna write the book. I'll draw the pictures.
What am I gonna write? What am I gonna write a book about?
Okay, then I'll write the book and you can draw the pictures, Picato.
I don't think you want me doing either one of those things. You know what? How about this? I will try. I will try. I was never much of a writer, I'm going to be honest. In college, I tried to avoid writing. That's why I did math and science for my degree. But we'll give it a shot. We got to keep it simple, though, Dan.
Yeah, so everyone seems pretty interested in the Vince the Dino and the Nuggies story that I think we had talked about the other day.
Wait, what story?
Remember we were talking about maybe developing a story of Vince the Dino and the Nuggies and their tales and adventures. Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, that actually would be awesome. If you guys haven't watched the YouTube video of where that came from, and the book that we're gonna write is based upon, you're gonna want to watch those videos because they're incredibly entertaining, and they tell you basically and if we go back to our homepage here to show you where it would be on our homepage, if you go down here to the Stormfront Freak Chase Week, down here you can see part 1, part 2, part 3 is where the birth of the dinos and the Nuggies. So if you want to see where that concept came from, go on our YouTube page and watch that. And maybe Carly, if you're still here, you could maybe link that video or those videos to part 1, part 2, part 3. But those are or Mama G if you're here too. Those are where the dinos came from, and I can guarantee you that you will be entertained by those videos. Those are where we first met Vince, and the rest is history. All right, guys, I think we're about ready for Local on the Meower. Without further ado, I present to you. Wait, hold on. I gotta make sure gotta make sure the METAR's on, not weather. METAR needs to be on temperature. Okay. All right, we're good. And now I present to you the Local on the Meower.
And now, your Local on the Meower.
Loading. Your Local on the Meower forecast for Aiken, South Carolina. Current conditions, 74, rainy, muggy, miserable. Expect rain to continue on throughout the night, where we could have several inches fall for the next couple of days. A flood advisory of some kind has to be in effect because there's got to be something. There's some sort of flood advisory in effect for Aiken, for sure. You're going to get 10 inches of rain. Anyway. Your Local on the Meower for Charlotte, North Carolina. Or sorry, South Carolina? Where's Charlotte? It's here somewhere. Shoot! Help me out, Dan. Where's Charlotte? I know where it is. It's somewhere in here. It's just the rain is...
North Carolina?
Yeah. It's a huge town, but it's like close to...
Maybe north a little bit.
Oh, wait. North Carolina. Okay, sorry. I thought it was South Carolina. I thought it was Charleston. Sorry, guys. Current conditions in Charlotte, North Carolina. 77. Hot, muggy, cloudy conditions. Expect... Ooh, yikes. I would not recommend going in the water here north of Charlotte. Wouldn't do it. Looks a little mucky. Wait, can you guys hear the... You guys can't hear the music, can you? There we go. Lizard Lick? Okay, Amy, this isn't a thing. There's no way there is a town called Lizard Lick. No shot. Lizard Lick, North Carolina. It's somewhere in here. Current conditions. Temperatures somewhere in the 70s. Rain in the forecast for tomorrow and the next couple of days, where we have some flood advisories in effect. Current conditions for St. Petersburg, Florida. Got a lot of rain here the last couple of days. Current conditions, 86 degrees. That is hot. Hot, muggy, overnight lows in the 70s. Expect a couple of showers as this line moves through. Current conditions in Cincinnati, Ohio. 75 degrees, overnight low, close to 68. I don't know what else to say about Cincinnati. Not much. There's not much going on in Cincinnati right now, weather-wise. Gary, there's no shot. No shot, Gary. That's a town. I don't doubt it. It's in Saskatchewan, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Somewhere in this general region. If it's here, your current conditions are temperatures in the 60s with some rain shower to the east. Expect low temperatures to be in the 50s. Yikes. It's a little cold. No shot. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Current conditions. Temperatures are 61 degrees. Just had a line of storms move through. Could get a couple of overnight showers and storms. For the most part, cool conditions are going to persist. Lows in the 50s. Vicksburg, Mississippi. I think it's somewhere. Vicksburg, Mississippi. Current conditions, 83 degrees. Overnight, expect lows to be in the 70s. Hot, muggy, brutally hot in New Orleans. Yikes, 92. Gross. Could get a stray shower, though, overnight. Inspector Sassy. Flint is, I think, in northern Michigan? Where's Flint? Oh, I need to take a geography class. Here it is. Flint, Michigan. Current conditions, 75 degrees. Could get a shower or storm late as showers move off Lake Michigan. Lows in the 60s. Yachts, Oregon. Yachts. Penguins 3. What is that? Where? I have no clue where that is. Yachts, just Oregon. Oh wait, that's Oregon's down here. Whoops. Yachts, just Oregon. Temperatures, it depends on where you are. It could be 70, could be 80. I have no idea where Yachts is, so lows ranging from 50 to 80, depending on where you are, because I have no clue where Yacht is. Yacht chats. No shot, Mama G. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. There is a town named Unalaska, Alaska. Current conditions in Unalaska, Alaska. Well, it's not Alaska, so none of these temperatures are actually applicable because Unalaska is not Alaska. Temperatures could be 50s to 80s depending on where Unalaska is. Good luck. Good luck if you live there because that's got to be the most confusing town name I've ever seen. Madison, Wisconsin. Ooh, this is a good one. Madison, Wisconsin, current conditions, 72 degrees. You have storms off to the west that have produced tornadoes. Be ready for changing conditions tonight. Make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts in Madison, Wisconsin. Also, yikes, the water there looks a little bit brown. I wouldn't recommend getting in the water there in Madison, Wisconsin tonight. Westerhood, Ohio. Oh gosh, Drew, this is where I'm from and I don't even know where Westerhood is. Westerhood, Ohio, somewhere in this state. Current conditions, 70s and 80s. Lows in the mid to upper 70s. It's a little uncomfortable. Connor says that don't ever stop. Guys, apparently we have to do this stream until I die. Apparently I'm not allowed to go offline until I die here. Confused Nugget. Tullahoma, Tennessee. He said northeast of Fayetteville. That doesn't help me. Tullahoma, Tennessee. Somewhere in the state of Tennessee. Current conditions, 70s and 80s with lows in the 70s. Yikes, it's almost 90 near Memphis. Gross. 91 at the airport? Wow, it's terrible. All right, the local and the meower here for Leroy, Minnesota. Current conditions in Leroy. You just had some storms roll through. The good news is you're cooler. Temperatures in the 60s, overnight lows in the 50s in Leroy. You've a tornado warning off to your east. Lizard Lick, North Carolina. I think we already did this one, Amy, but we're going to try again. Lizard Lick, North Carolina. Where is that? There's no shot. That's a town. No shot.
It's in Wake County. I looked it up.
Where, Dan?
Wake County.
Wade County. Good thing I know where that is. All right. Lizard Lick, North Carolina. Somewhere in the state of North Carolina. And it all looks the same. 70s. Maybe some clouds, maybe some showers overnight. Lizard Lick, North Carolina. I want to move there. Hell, Michigan? There's no shot that's a place. You know what? A lot of people think that Michigan is hell in Ohio. I tend to think there's a lot of nice people up there. Your forecast for the entire state of Michigan, so apparently it's hell. 70s in the south, 60s in the north. You could get some storms late coming
The
off
National
Lake
Weather
Michigan.
Service has issued a new tornado warning.
Unbelievable.
Tornado warning for
In the middle of
northwestern
Oklahoma,
Alameda
come on.
County in northeastern Iowa, northeastern
Iowa.
Winneshiek County in northeastern Iowa.
Oh, the music just stopped. Crap. I'll keep playing it. All right, we're going to do a couple more here, guys. Let's see, which one haven't I done? Your local in the Meower for Westerville, Ohio. Connor. Guys, give a lot of love to Connor in the chat. He's been awesome. Your current local in the Meower for Westerville, Ohio. Temperatures in the 80s. Overnight lows in the 70s. Partly cloudy. Actually, hold on. Let me look outside. Partly cloudy skies. Although it looks a little dirty here, they probably need to clean the streets a little bit here in Westerville, Ohio. All right, two more. Hot Coffee, Mississippi. No shot. Where are these town names coming from? Who comes up with these? Hot Coffee, Mississippi. Somewhere in the state of Mississippi. I have no clue where that is. Temperatures in the 80s. Boring. Hooker, Oklahoma. Hooker, Oklahoma.
That's real. That's real.
That is real?
It's in the Panhandle.
I have no way of knowing if any of these names are actually real or not. Gonna be quite honest. All right, Hooker, Oklahoma in the Panhandle. Temperatures in the 70s. It's actually a beautiful night here in Hooker, Oklahoma. Expect overnight lows in the low 70s. Two more. Price is Right says he doesn't believe in Michigan. Price is Right is back. Where's Ginger Ninja? Houston. All right, we'll finish with Tamster. Houston, Missouri. Tamster. She's always doing this. Houston, Missouri. There's no. Why would you name a town Houston, Missouri? It's so confusing. Houston, Missouri. Your local on the Meower forecast. Temperatures in the 80s. Overnight lows in the 70s. Looks like we've made Dan die. All right, guys. That's been your local on the Meower. Hopefully you enjoyed it. That was a long one. It's a good one, though. And that was a really good one. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Guys, kudos to you guys. You guys set some crazy town names there. That was pretty incredible. I was very impressed.
They had you and me going.
Oh my gosh. Connor says, don't stop. Connor, what is going on?
Won't stop. Can't stop.
Oh, I will say this, guys. There will be a time where I do a 24-hour stream for something. That will not be tonight, though. Yikes. Observed tornado here. I don't like to see that. Guys, this has been dropping tornado after tornado. We are going to wrap. And I wonder who this was observed by. So there was probably when you had your tornado. It actually looks like the rotation looks like it actually weakened a little bit. So this thing could be was observed, but it could be. This was radar confirmed too. Interestingly enough. Please don't tell me there was a debris ball. There could be no. Okay, that's good. So this is a radar confirmed tornado observed. This is going to go for a little bit longer. Actually, a lot longer. This was just issued. But we are going to wrap. So if you are in this warning, take this seriously. If you are in the path of these storms, and I think, Nikki, these storms are going to be on your doorstep late, just take these seriously. Have a way to get warnings, because this thing has been dropping. This thing has had a tornado warning almost constantly on it for the past 4 hours. So definitely take this seriously. And if you're on this complex of storms, especially this storm here, it's for whatever reason it just continues to rotate. Also, back to the tropical activity. It's gonna be a long night here down in Georgia, South Carolina. Continuous rainfall. Charleston right now is you are about to get the brunt of this thing. These bands are coming on shore, and this is where the rainfalls are really gonna rack up here for Charleston. Hilton Head, you guys are in a little bit of a break now. You're gonna get a little bit of rain later. And then everywhere inland, Statesboro, all these other areas, you're gonna keep getting rain pretty much all night. And so this is the dangerous part about this thing. It's a long duration event. It's going to keep going and going and going for the next several hours, if not days. And it'll be interesting to see what this looks like tomorrow morning. And just looking at the last frame, this is taking a little bit of a westward jog, a little bit of a northward. So it's starting to stall. So that just goes to show why the forecast is what it is, because we are going to get significant amounts of rain the next couple of days. So we are going to wrap with that. And Dan, I always do this before we wrap up the show. Do you have any final words of wisdom, final thoughts for the people? Anything you want to say to this lovely chat that's been with us for this whole time?
I want to say, oh, there's an echo.
Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. I had to turn that off. There we go.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you for everyone in the chat for, sharing your time with us today and tonight, and for everything that you do, and including educating Brady and myself on some of these new towns. That was pretty amazing. And I also
believe some of them are real.
More than not, they were almost all real.
That's unbelievable.
I know, because I'm looking them up and I'm putting them in the chat and I'm like, these are real. But and for folks that are in an area of storminess tonight, if you get a warning, take it seriously. I mean, it's things change quickly, and you can't predict what could happen. So definitely heed the warning.
I agree. That's wise words from a wise man there. And Dan, as always, it is a pleasure to have you on the stream. It's a pleasure to have everyone. Dan's got his sunglasses on. Guys, let's spam some Agent Dan emotes in the chat. He is as cool as a cucumber right now, and that's the way we like it. But like Dan said, guys, I know we have a couple of people that actually live or that are on or being affected by this right now. We had someone in Statesboro. We had someone in Aiken. I don't think we're going to need tornado warnings in Aiken, but if you do get any warnings tonight, definitely take these seriously, especially associated with this tropical storm. This is Tropical Storm Debby. So take those seriously tonight. And if you are told to evacuate, do it. Don't wait. But I feel like they've already issued the evacuation orders. But if you do get one, sleep with your phone by your bed. If you are in the threats for any of these storms tonight, either in Wisconsin, Iowa, or on this tropical storm here, this is a good night to sleep with your phone and any other way you get alerts readily available. So it's been a wild day with a lot going on. I want to thank each and every one of our members for joining the stream. Thank you guys for the stream earlier with Vince and giving him a ton of love and all the donations you gave to him. And thank you for everyone that donated tonight and all the memberships. We got a couple new members here tonight. And thank you for all of our new subscribers. Make sure you before you go, like the stream, subscribe to the stream if you're not already. I think a lot of you guys are, but once again, thank you for joining us. It is such a privilege of mine to be able to do what I do with all of you beautiful people. And this stream would not be what it is. It would not even be close to what it is without you guys in the chat. It'd be just me, saying little quick. Dan would be entertaining, but for me, I'd just be some boring old hag, So you guys in the chat are what make this amazing. Dan, you're what makes this amazing. Thank you again to Professor Hobgood for joining us tonight. And to all the freaks and all the StormCat out there, keep being real and find someone you love them. Find someone you know tomorrow, a friend, a family member. Tell them you love them. I always like to say that because we got to spread a lot of love and positivity in the world. The world needs that, and keep spreading that love to everyone that you can. And don't worry, I feel the love you guys have for our stream and our community. You guys are amazing. So have a wonderful night, everyone. I am actually going to Florida on Thursday this week, so you may see a little bit less activity from me on the channel, on the Stormfront Freak channel. I'm going to bring my stuff to stream just in case, but I'm going on a little mini vacation here, so I may not be producing as much content as I normally do. But having said that, I'm going to do my best, and we will go from there. Love you guys a ton. Dan, have a great night, brother, and everyone else, thank you for joining. Peace out, world. Now it's jamming time, Dan. Uh-oh. Oh. What? See you on the next stream, baby. What? Oh, you guys might see me on the beach recording live from the water. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? No, Amy, I'm jamming along with the music here. Come on now. We got Scott. Guys, should I take the dinos to Florida? Should I give them their own beach chair? What do you guys think?
So yeah, everyone's expecting you to be reporting from Florida. Follow up reporting.
Maybe we'll get a tropical system. Who knows? I think I might bring the dinos. What?
Maybe Leroy wants a road trip.
Hey, I'm down to bring Leroy. Come on, people, dance with me. Dance with me. It's a good way to end the night, baby. Oh, Taylor, I'm going to do my best.
Did StormCat5 not do an amazing job or what? Spam StormCat5.